Hi, it's me. I'm gonna jump in here before this video starts and just preface it with this tutorial is only for the GameCube version of the game because there are different strats in the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and PC versions. This tutorial will not help in some parts in there since there's version-specific tricks that you do. Also, in some of these sections, I don't watch Slayer's video, and that is only because there's nothing that can be learnt from it, and either that or I've already talked to him about it and he's improving it. Plus, this is a very long video. This took a lot of time and effort, so please leave a like if you liked it. Let's move on to the intro of this video. Hello, and welcome to my any percent tutorial / improvement guide for Pac-Man World 2 any percent. This guide is made for people who are around the 50 to 45 time range, who don't know how to improve their any percent time, but can also be used by new players to learn the strats for the level in their entirety. For this tutorial, I will be comparing against one of my good friends, Slayer, and his 5303 personal best. This to show a different perspective on how he does the level versus the way you're supposed to do it, and what issues and mistakes some newer people could be making to the game. I will also be mentioning about the two little values in the bottom left of the screen. Those are rev press and rev time. Rev press shows you how long I hold B and how charged my rev roll is, and rev time shows you how long I have left in my rev roll. These are helpful for newer players who overcharge their rev rolls, and shows them about how long a more experienced player charges their rev rolls and can save time. In the description, I will have download links to these memory addresses for Dolphin Memory Engine and Dolphin Memory Engine itself. These will allow people on Dolphin to do some pretty fun things like add lives in, lock your live value, and mess around with some things. But they're also helpful for speedrunners because it shows you a couple of things that you might not know, namely your rev time and rev press. There are other things in this list, but for the most part, I have everything labeled for what their purpose is and what you can do with them. So if you like those, again, the link is in the description. And while you're down there, go ahead and hit subscribe and like if you like the video. I post World 2 content a lot, and I really do enjoy making new things for this game and finding new things. So if you enjoy that, then you'll definitely like the content and you want to stick around for a little bit. I will go ahead and preface this tutorial with a couple of terms that I don't really go into depth very well in the tutorial video. For instance, we have flip kicking. If you jump and then press B while you're in midair, you will do a flip kick, and this will cancel all of your upward momentum, which allows you to go back to the ground quickly. We use this in Haunted Boardwalk and a couple other levels, but specifically Haunted Boardwalk. We have rev jumping. Rev jumping is a strat that you press and hold B to charge your rev roll, and then 2 to 3 frames later, press A to jump out of your rev roll. This allows you to convert your unused horizontal momentum into vertical momentum to get your jump just a little bit higher, but a lot higher on ramps. And without further ado, let's get into the first level, which is Pac-Village. For Pac-Village, there's not really much else you can do besides just optimizing your rev rolls, because Pac-Village is just bored. Just don't charge your rev rolls for too long or too short, and you pretty much can just get an 18 pretty easy. That's it. If you rev roll too long, you'll lose time, but not enough to really matter. Oh, if you eat the ghost, you'll lose like a second or two, but in reality, don't reset over eating a ghost. Alright. The Slayer definitely charges his rev roll for way too long. That's mainly the reason why his Pac-Village is so slow. So yeah, rev roll optimization is a must. Another thing, just having a positive mental attitude over the game. If you have a bad mental attitude and you go, I don't know, do a really hard trick and you're already like tilted, you're gonna probably mess the trick up. So keeping a level head is really important, and not resetting over dumb things is also extremely important. Otherwise, it's just movement. I think this is actually one of his bad runs. Yeah, it is. Okay, hold on. Because, he's charging way too much. Oh, and he ate the ghost. So bare basics, it's pretty straightforward. You rev roll, and jump at the right time. For 90% of these levels. But bare basics is, it can be difficult. Because I already know Slayers has some issues with bare basics, so let's just look at it. Okay, so I already mentioned this to him earlier today, but I'll mention it here again, just so people are aware. For this sign bounce, if you wait a second to make sure you have the right angle, it doesn't save time. You're actually losing any potential time save you would have. So for this, if you have to wait like that, don't do it. Just do the normal way. You'll have the same amount of time. Because if you miss sign bounce like this for whatever reason, you'll actually lose time. For this level specifically, I'll go ahead and show it off. It's really quiet, but that's fine. So, the normal way of doing it is just going up to this, this ledge and just grabbing it. If you can't do sign bounce good, just do that. Honestly, it's the same time. But if you can and want to learn sign bounce, the way to do it is to either land here and then butt bounce on the sign, which isn't the way I do it, obviously. But if you butt bounce and then butt bounce immediately, or something like that, I don't know how to do this way, but this is I think the beginner way of doing it. I think it's like slightly slower, but not worth like. It's not slow enough to where the other one should be your normal one to do. If you want to do sign bounce, then do what feels best. This is the way that I do it. So I butt bounce in the middle, and then I go left and then back right. And let's just make sure that I hit the sign. And wrong save state. And if you do it correctly, this is what it would look like that. So pretty straightforward, pretty simple, but yeah. If you don't know how to do sign bounce, then obviously you could do what Slayer does and not, and just do it like that, which again is not worth it. Honestly, if you can't do sign bounce like fast, or like if you have to wait to do sign bounce for whatever reason, you're only saving less than a second by doing it. If you wait, you're basically losing that time. Yeah, moving on. Okay, another thing. I thought I paused the game. Another thing that Slayer does here, and I'll show it off again, is Slayer is going too far out for this rev roll. This will, I mean, it will work, but you have to have a really sharp angle, and you actually lose time doing this. Because he's going around the chasm, which you don't want to do. What you want to do for this, because he goes around the chasm, he hits off the wall and hits the sign, and then loses time. What you want to do for this is, instead of going around, you actually want to hit the lip right here. You want to hit this lip. That was a bad example. You want to hit the lip right there, so you actually get hit up and forward, instead of going all the way out here and hitting the wall. Again, really, it's just aiming around here. That's where you want to aim, Pac-Man. And just hold forward and then go right whenever you hit the chasm. That's that. And next is this, which I already know Slayer screws up. because he doesn't move out of the way of the bear. So what you want to do here is don't hit the bear. And also, it looks like he's holding too far left here. So for this spot, to do this correctly, I pause the game. What you want to do is hit about here, and then if the bear is in the way, move out of the way of the bear. So since he's on my left, I go right. And if I do it earlier, he's going to be on my right, so I go left. It's that simple. Just don't hit the bear. If you don't hit the bear, he'll be golden. The best one to do is further back a little bit, because you're actually lower to the ground. The lower to the ground you are, the more horizontal distance you get. And in this case, you want a lot. So you want to be back further, just so whenever you do get hit, you get hit forward more, not up more. It's not a huge deal, really. It's like a second, maybe. So just, it's a little optimization you can do if you really want to save a little bit of time. And next we have the hill, which, again, I have to stop. Again, another thing he does here, which actually loses time, is he landed here and did a small rev roll. That's a bad example. He did a small rev roll to here and then did the rev jump. Really what you want to do, which is not a great example because I just broke it. Let me get back here just so I can show it off really quickly. So this box right here, if you land here for some reason and you want to get to a spot you can do a rev roll at, line up with this box. Don't do short rev roll because you'll lose time rather than walking. But if you line up with this box and do a full rev roll and hold forward, then around the middle of the hill, jump, you'll make it. Another thing is, if you're in front of the box, you'll make it 90% of the time. So just kind of depending on where you are. If you're behind the box, this is, you know, like, you want to walk up to the box, but if you're like really far behind, like land here for some reason, then you can do a small rev roll. But even then, you may just want to walk. You can do a small rev roll here because, like, that does actually get you to the spot. And it's a little bit faster than walking. But for the most part, just walk. It's not a big deal. Then, yeah, just butt bounce on the button and get the chain. So then next for Slayer, Slayer actually does do the next part pretty well. So again, not again, but what you want to do after you hop off the chain is immediately charge a rev roll, but not a full rev roll. If you charge a full rev roll, you land in the water, which you don't want to do. If you charge about half a rev roll, you'll get to where you need to be, which is right here. And from here, you want to aim towards the rock. And when you hit the rock, hold left. You can go like in between these. And sometimes you can hit this rock and hit forward, which is a little time safe, but not a lot. And then, yeah, you rev roll from here over to here. And jump a little bit before you think you normally would need to, because if you jump too late, you'll hit this ledge and fall back in the water. But if you jump just right, you'll jump out and hit this. Land. Not hit this, but yeah. And then here, you just rev roll into the finish. A couple small optimizations you could do. This ending section here. Yeah. As you can see, I charge like half a rev roll, and then I hold and do a full rev roll. And then here, so this part is nice. This part is weird. I'll get back over here as if I just landed. This part's a little weird because you, depending on where you land, depends on how you're gonna do this rev roll. The one thing, if you're looking up like this and get shot into the air, just go into the finish. So like this, just go into the finish, That was bad. Go into the finish and you'll be fine. If you don't quite make it, hold forward. Don't do a small rev roll, because if you do a small rev roll again, you'll lose time. But yeah, if you do this tight, you'll make it. If you land here, if you land there, what you want to do is go out to the left a bit more than you normally would, and press A to stop your rev roll. If you do that at the right time, you'll stop your rev roll and immediately hit the level end. If you do it late, or don't do it right, you'll jump. So, for beginners, I recommend not pressing A and just rev rolling to the finish. But if you want to save like 0.5 seconds or less, you can try this and press A at the end if you're not like in the air. If you're in the air, you'll jump all the time. So do not press A. Don't press A if you get shot up into the air. But if you're just on the ground, press A, because you'll do this. You'll go behind there and lose time. So, yeah, that's how you do bare basics. Just for simplicity, I'll go through and do the entire level in real time with inputs and my rev timers on screen, so you can see exactly how I do this level. Rolling down the hill isn't a big time loss, but if you do get it, then it sucks. Don't reset over rolling down the hill. You lose like maybe 2 seconds. It's not worth the reset, honestly. And that's how I do bare basics without the rolling down the hill part. For the most part, it's pretty straightforward. You don't really need to do anything too fancy for bare basics. You could just play the level just fast and get a pretty decent time still. Now moving on to Canyon Chaos. Canyon Chaos is one of those levels. It's one of those reset heavy levels only for the fact that one of the strats is dumb. But I have actually found a way to make it semi more consistent. Which I'll show off whenever we get there. So for Slayer here, I already seen his Canyon Chaos a little bit. I should also, hold on. Let me pause the game so we don't have 2 audio sources at once. So first of all, immediately, Slayer walks to the left and stands in front of this flower right here. You don't want to do that. You want to immediately, as soon as you load into the level, hold B and turn and look at the flower. You don't have to walk towards it. That's just wasting time. Again, also, whenever you do that flower roll, you actually want to land on this platform. You'll have a long enough rev roll if you charge a full one to make it here. You can stop it short if you're not comfortable with the rev roll, but if you do a full rev roll and just hold forward after you hit this one, you'll make it to this. And from here, you just jump. But Slayer had some hard times with its box skip, so he's avoiding it and going to the next box. So this just makes it so you don't die and reset in this level. But I did actually find a strat to make this more consistent and easier to do. So what you want to do, like I said, immediately as soon as you load into the level, press and hold B. Because from here, you can just aim towards the flower and rev roll and make it to here. I should have made a save state. Let me do that really quickly. Yeah. So from here, you just rev roll and hold forward. That's it. Once I do that part. Again, if you're not comfortable with the rev roll, you can stop it and land here. It's not that big of a time loss. But 90% of the time, you want to land here. And from here, if you jump onto this box, make sure to land at as far back on the box as you can. So about here. And then from here, you want to rev roll into this little scratch pass right here. To the left of it, like in this area. not where I'm at right now. I'm just moved to the left so you can see my cursor. But about right here. This is where you want to aim. And if you aim here, you'll make it every time. If you aim there while you're on the box, you'll make it every time. The reason is because you're far back enough to actually hit the ground and bounce. If you're more forward at this angle, you won't bounce on the ground. That bounce is what gives you enough height to make it to the next platform. Yeah, so about right here, and then go, and you make it. If you're further forward, the strat for that, so let's say if you're like in the middle of the box, it's about here, let's say. You want to go to the left of the grass patch, and you'll make it. That's how you do that strat consistently. But if you're really uncomfortable and just want to finish your run, also that can happen, it sucks. You just want to finish your run, you can do this one. But you lose a little bit of time doing it. It doesn't say lose that much time, so you can to be more consistent and do more runs. But it's just up to your preference. I personally do the first box skip. The second box skip is the more consistent one. 90% of runners do the first box skip. But really it's up to preference and how many runs you actually want to finish. I don't have a dumb death at the beginning. So next, we have this section of Canyon Chaos. You know, as a Slayer did, just walk into the plant. If you look up, if Pac-Man's looking up instead of forward, just rev roll, and you'll make it over to here.
And I know I said that a few times, but I just gotta remember.
So Slayer actually took this a little bit wider, so he kind of lost a little bit of time. Not a lot, but for small optimization, he could have actually took his rev rolls a little bit tighter. And that actually would have saved him a couple of seconds. Not a couple of seconds, but a little bit of time, maybe a second max.
Mentally not to hit that.
And next, yeah, he just goes on here, does a full rev roll, and makes it to here. From that wooden platform, you do want to make it to here. You can if you charge a full rev roll, but if you're too far back on the platform, you won't make it. So you want to be like in the middle or the front. Preferably the very front of the platform. And you just jump here to the end. At the end here, you do a small rev roll into the end. And I will go through right now and go through the rest of the level. Canyon Chaos is a bit short, so it's a little bit easier to do. So for this level, for what I do, again, is I walk forward. If Pac-Man's looking up like this, you'll make it. If he's looking like this, well, actually, more like this, you won't. If he's looking like this, you also, I don't think this will work, but yeah, no, it won't. So, what you need to do for this strat is, you need to make sure Pac-Man's looking straight. If you're too far to the right, you don't, or to the left, you don't trust it, you can still go for it. Like, if you're like this, you can still go for it if you hold right. If you hold the direction that you're, like, the opposite direction that you're too far. So if you're too far right, hold left. If you're too far left, hold right. And it's pretty obvious which way you are, so yeah, it's just a compensation. You just need to make sure you're at least looking at an angle somewhat. If you're not looking at an angle, you won't make it. You'll fall down here and then have to go up. You'll have to go up that platform, which I'll show a backup for if that does happen. But first of all, go ahead and make a save state too. First of all, just making it across. Nice ghost. Making it across. For me, what I do is whenever I make it across, I actually hold forward here, so I go across this gap. But I'm kind of in a bad spot, so let me fix that really quickly. Nice ghost. Let me fix that, and then yeah, I go around there-ish. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that was way better. I hit this part and kind of land here. I land, like, hit, like, to the left of this. Like, around this area, and then just go across this gap. Kind of scary, but you'll make it. you make it. Even if you're in a different spot than me, you'll make it. Unless, like, you're too far back. And from here... Actually, you know what? Let's go back. Let's do the backup. So let's say for some reason you don't make it and you fall down here. So the backup for this is you go from here onto this platform, and then from here, there's two things you can do. One, which is a faster way, you can rev roll across this gap right here. And from this gap, you can make it to here. But this is risky because if you mess up the rev roll or go too far left, you'll die and then lose more time. The other safer way of doing this, nice, is, let's just say you go over here, you screw this up. The other safer way of doing this is doing that. You hit off of that wooden plank and just go right. Slightly slower, but then you're set up here to do this how you normally would. So then, you know, you kind of regain your bearings. It's just up to you how you do it, the backup mainly. The main way is always just, that's the best way to do it. So try your best to do that. But then from here, you just get up here, and as soon as you land up here, you just do a full rev roll onto this platform. Again, I recommend you go to the very front of the platform, because if you don't, there's a big chance you will miss the platform. And from here, all you do is just hold forward and kind of, you know, redirect yourself. You can make it on this platform without a ledge grab. I'm just not doing that great right now, so yeah. Let me go back there really quickly and do that again, because I don't have a safe state. But yeah, you just do this, rev roll, and you can land on this platform. And from here, it's just, you just go. You can butt bounce there for a slight, like, you can take that turn sharp. The only issue with that is I've seen a glitch where you'll just get no height from your butt bounce. You could miss the platform, or you take the angle too sharp and you miss this platform. The easier way of doing this and the safer way is just you know, just going. Just jumping. So don't butt bounce if you don't feel comfortable with it. And then the short rev roll there. For me, what I do, just to make sure I do make it, instead of turning Pac-Man, I turn the camera. It's easier to control the camera than control Pac-Man at the end here. It just makes it easier, and you can do more of an angle. But for the most part, if you line it up fine and do a really short rev roll into the end, you'll be fine. And it's like a small optimization. As long as you're right in front of the hole, whenever you're small, and just walk in, you'll be fine. And that's Cannon Chaos. Cannon Chaos is about, on average, 35-36 seconds for a good one. For a bad one, if you're more than 40 seconds, if your segment time is more than 40 seconds, then you definitely need to practice this level. This level is one of those that you'll have to learn and get good at, because Canyon Chaos has a lot that can go wrong. So just take your time, practice, play the game. You'll get it eventually. Next, we have Pac-Dot Pond. I've seen Slayer's Pac-Dot Pond. I have seen Slayer's Pac-Dot Pond. What we're going to do is I'm going to avoid looking at Slayer's Pac-Dot Pond because it's that bad. And he agrees. So what we're going to do, actually, we're going to look at my 5350 time. And not this. A bit 5350 time. And I will show this Pac-Dot Pond. For multiple reasons. Besides the fact that Slayer's is just terrible. On top of this actually does have a different strat than what I do now. So I'll show both strats. So for Pac-Dot Pond, the platform that you have to use to get up the waterfall is on a cycle. So no matter how fast you are in the beginning, you always have to wait and use this platform. So just go, honestly, and you'll make it. So yeah, from here, you want to revel across this, you want to revel off this floating platform. There's two ways this can go. And there's, just be prepared for both. If you hit this platform, you can make it to, I think, here. If you don't, you need to be prepared to stop your rev roll and land on this platform. So I actually missed. So that in this run, that means I have to stop I have to stop my rev roll and land here. If you hit this platform, like I said, you can land here. It just depends on what happens. You can just look at it and react. But yeah. So this cycle right here, this is first cycle. You can't get to any cycles before this. So this is the cycle that you go to. Yeah, you have to wait for this. No matter how fast you are, this will be the cycle you get. Believe me, I've tried. Yeah, just go on this platform and just go up. For here, there's a small little optimization you can do. It really doesn't matter if you do it or not. If you butt bounce here, you actually get caught on this ledge a little bit, and you can butt bounce again and skip this ledge grab. But honestly, it doesn't matter either way if you get it or not. Because I didn't get it. It loses maybe a second. It's not a big deal. And for here, what I didn't do, because this is an older run, you want to hit like here on this wooden platform. Because this actually shoots you up and makes it so you can make it over. There is a small little ramp here, but it's not high enough. So yeah, you want to hit the side of this wooden platform, because that'll actually hit you up. Which is important to make it across. So if you don't and do it wrong, you'll land in this water. And at that point, there's a backup, and I'll show the backup. This is just a terrible time loss. It's not horrible, but I should say it's not reset worthy. But it is definitely just like one of those, like, you're just like, oh my god. But for the most part, you could still PB with it, unless you have like a sub 45. Anyway. So yeah, that was bad, but the backup for me was just hitting the wall and going up. So this is the older way of doing it. There are newer ways of doing this, but this is, at the time, was the default way of doing it, which I still recommend for newer players who don't know how to do the other ones. So for this one, what you want to do is you want to walk into this plant and make sure you're tilted up. This is fine, but if you're tilted just straight up and you're not like slanted at the right or left, you'll make it onto the platform without ledge grabbing. But since I didn't do that in this run, ledge grabbed. For here, what you want to do, like I do, is you want to angle yourself to hit off of this button to get hit up. This one's very bad, spoiler. So you want to hit off this button and then hit this platform, because you're going to hit up in the air. So you want to bounce off of this platform and land here. There's 3 ways this will go. Way 1 is you'll make it over here and land on this platform without a ledge grab, without landing in the water. Way 2 is you hit both platforms, but you'll ledge grab the wood. Or 3, you fall in the water. That's just how it goes. You can do this in 2 rev rolls as well. So you could do 1 rev roll to hit this button and land here, and another rev roll to hit this button and land here. It doesn't waste that much time if you do it quickly. Maybe like 0.3 seconds, maybe less. So if you're not comfortable with the strat yet, I definitely recommend that. It's because it's still better than falling in the water. But I definitely recommend the one roll for this strat. It's definitely, feels better. And it's not hard to do. You just have to practice it. But yeah, so this one's really bad. This is early on for me. This was, 177 attempts. But yeah, it's very early. So I went too far left. And I hit the button. So I fall in the water. Yay. But yeah, so for this, just honestly jump out of the water and just jump up. There's nothing fancy here. I'll show the different ways of doing this and a small little optimization you can do that was just recently found like 2 days ago, as of 1/2/2022. And for this, this is a bit older, so I didn't know about this yet. But there's a different way you can do this. But for the most part, if you're looking down this ramp, or if you're looking up this ramp, you will make it across. And for this, just, yeah, revel across. You can hit the ghost. There's a way that it, like, boosts you forward a little bit, but I actually don't know how to do it. But just avoiding the ghost, or just taking the hit, is still faster. For this ending section, what you want to do is make sure that you're on this ramp and you're facing up so that you can do the full revel. You want to aim at the cherry here because this ending bounding box is actually somewhat slanted. So the cherry is just the straightest part that's closest to the end of the level. So just aim for that and you'll make it in. But just make sure you're holding forward, because in case you don't make it all the way, you don't just stand still for like a second and look like an idiot. Because there's some times where you don't try to revel long enough and you don't make it. But yeah, just stand on this wooden platform, aim towards the cherry, and hold forward. And that's how you beat Pac-Dot Pond. And now, I will show multiple ways of doing Pac-Dot Pond. There are 2 ways of doing the first part, and just 3 ways of doing the rest of it. So, we'll go through all of them, just so you can see and pick which one you prefer. For beginners, I definitely prefer the easiest route, because the other 2 don't really save that much time, in all honesty. So whatever is easiest and most comfortable for you, do that. So, for the beginning of Pac-Dot Pond, just walk forward like I said. You want to revel off this platform. That was a terrible example. But revel off this platform. And like I said, you can hit off of that platform, but I was also wrong about making it here, but yeah. You can hit off that platform and make it to this platform, or what can happen... Nice. Don't revel here. Anyway. Either you hit off the platform like I seemingly am forced to do, or you go over the platform. That's also a terrible example. For these revels, you want to make sure you're like in the bottom left of this platform. But yeah, you want to make sure that you land on this. If you go over the platform, stop your revel, or you will die, or ledge grab, worse. But if you hit the platform, you'll make it. You can also stop your revel there too. It just depends on what you want to do. You can, for the most part, eye it. It's not that tight. I missed a cycle because I was explaining. Let me go back to the, get the cycle really quickly. But yeah. I'm not going to get it. If you ledge grab, you probably won't get the cycle. But in a run, it's not a terrible time loss. Why can I not? Oh, wait. Right. I know why. Hold on. It's because I waited for a second at the beginning. So at the beginning of Pac-Dot Pond, just hold forward. And then do this. There we go. That was what happens whenever... Okay, so I did actually wait for a sec. That's my bad. So, that's what happens whenever you go over. You want to make sure that you eye it and see that you're going to go over the platform. And then press A before you land. Because if you don't, you'll just roll off into the abyss. You don't want to do that. Yeah, and from there, just jump and make it to this platform. From here, there are 2 ways of doing this. One of them involves a advanced technique called a rev jump. Well, advanced, I say, but you do want it in bare basics if you jump up the hill. A rev jump is, in this sense, it's a jump you do with rev momentum, which allows you to jump higher than normal. It's most effective on ramps and on floating platforms like this, but it still does work on flat ground. So it depends on if you want to try and learn a rev jump or not. But again, you see my inputs on screen, you see my rev press, and all that. So I will show the rev jump first. So first thing you want to do is, as soon as you get up on this platform, walk to the back right of this platform, turn around, and press and hold B. You want to go until about here. Whenever you're here, that's when you do the rev jump. But I paused, so actually it'll might screw me up a little bit. Let me just do it again. But yeah, whenever you're about there, you want to do the rev jump. And then you can make it up to the waterfall. Optimally, you don't want a ledge grab. So I'll show you what an optimal one looks like. That was a little early. There we go. Optimally, you want to be able to butt bounce immediately on this platform right here. If you ledge grab, it's fine. It doesn't really matter that much. But if you butt bounce here, and then get up here, it's slightly faster than doing it normally. The death, however, is not worth it. So if you're not comfortable with rev jumps and you don't know how to do them, just do the normal way, which I'll show now. The normal way is just getting up here and doing it like this. So like I said about that, about the ledge grab you can do, or sorry, not the ledge grab, the ledge grab skip you can do. If you jump in this corner right here, you can just butt bounce instead of ledge grabbing. It's not something you should like really line up and go for because it doesn't save a lot of time. But if you get it, you get it. So, moving on, there are 2 ways to do this next section. I guess technically 3, but again, I'll also go over this. You kind of want to hit like the side of this wood platform again, so it hits you up and over. If you don't get hit up and over, the worst thing that can happen is you can do this. Let's just say I went lower and I went into the water. Like that, sure. I went into the water, which is a pretty big time loss, but there are backups, which I'll show later. But for the most part, what you want to do is just go to the left here and hit off of this. So again, there's this strat, like I showed. If you, oops, that's terrible. If you go on the plant and do it correctly, I would have landed here without a ledge grab, but I didn't hold forward long enough. So let me go to that again. If you do this correctly, like this, you'll land on here without a ledge grab. Wow, that was bad. You'll land on there without a ledge grab. So from there, you want to line up. I'll just take the ledge grab for now. You want to line up again with this button to be able to get hit up. So from here, what you do is you get hit up, you hit off that platform, and again, if you do it correctly, you'll land here and not ledge grab. But I didn't do it fully correctly, so I ledge grabbed. So again, you hit off of that button and do that. Optimally, that's what you want. If you're not comfortable with a double rev roll, what you can do is do a small rev roll, stop your rev roll. That's bad. Small rev roll, stop your rev roll, and do another small rev roll. And that's a little slower, but for the most part, it's the same speed. So that's the normal / slightly slower way to do it. Slightly as in you have to be on cycle for the other one. The only way you're really on cycle is if you do the waterfall rev jump, which I'll show now. Again. So you do this, and you have to butt bounce there. If you don't butt bounce, you will not be on cycle. In that case, just do the old strat. Unless you know another strat, then do that. But from here, what you want to do, I'll make another save state just so I can do it. You want to roll onto this platform, and then from here, you want to roll to the left, hit off that button, and make it over here. It's slightly faster to do it this way, but not by much. So, those are the 2 ways of doing it, depending on your cycle. If you fall in the water, there are backups, which I will show now. The water backups are pretty simple, really. So if you roll into the water, your main backup is to jump up here, and then jump to the button, and then just do this strat. That's your main backup. Another backup you can do, which isn't really faster, but you can do it if you really want to, which is the old backup, is you can do this. And just rev roll into the water over to here. And just make it there. It's slightly slower than doing the other way, because you have that ledge grab, but if you're not comfortable doing it the other way, this is probably your best bet. Which is the double rev roll as well. But those are the backups for the water. That's the best one you got. Is the just doing it the normal way. If you fall in the water, like you fall in the water, you jump up and do it the normal way, the button way. That's the best one to do. Then this is next part. There's a small optimization that was found that saves less than a second, but it's so free. If you want to do it, do it. Which is, and normally what you would do is here, you jump up here and ledge grab and press A to get up. But it was found that you can jump to the right side of this platform, press B, and hold left, or forward, depending on where your camera is, and just make it up here, which saves maybe like 0.2 or 0.1 seconds, but it's quick. And from here, you just jump up. But there is another thing I was going to mention. If you're here and you press forward, you have a chance of getting hit down from this ledge. The easiest way to do that is just when you get up, press A and then press forward, and you'll get up. Or just do it this way again and do that. Then next we have this section. There's a couple things you can do here. The main way of doing it, like I said, is if you like move down this path a little bit and Pac-Man's looking down, you can go off of this and do it the normal way. The other thing you can do, if you accidentally screw it up, if you land here, wait, hold on. If you land like here and do it, actually that works. Damn it, where's the bad one? Here it is. If you do it here and get hit up off of this, you can still make this, but it is slower because you're all the way back here instead of being here. This just loses a little bit of time, not much. If you land here, I just definitely recommend doing a small rev roll, because this is like the optimal distance for a small rev roll. And then from here, you just hold forward. If you get hit by the ghost, it's fine. And then from here, just rev roll off this platform into the cherry and finish the level. And that's Pac-Dot Pond. That's pretty much it. Pac-Dot Pond is pretty intense sometimes, so it's gonna take a while to get it down, but you'll get it eventually. Alright, Blinky. This fucking boss. Okay. So Blinky, just a disclaimer, is really difficult to do. If you don't get it first try, or second, or third, or fourth, keep trying. You'll get it. I promise. Blinky is very tough to get a one cycle. As long as you do a fast Blinky, that's all you need. You don't need one cycle Blinky until later. So if you don't get a one cycle Blinky, don't reset over it. It's not worth it, especially if you don't have a sub 50 time. Hell, even now, I have a 45 that I compare against. That's on 42 pace out of World 1. And I don't get one cycle Blinky. And I'm still ahead later. So Blinky, like I said, is extremely difficult. If you don't get a one cycle Blinky, and you have, hell, a 45 or above time, don't reset over one cycle. It's not worth it. It feels bad, it feels like shit, but don't reset. It's not worth it. Okay, so for Blinky, I'm gonna teach the one cycle setup, but I am gonna show backups in case you don't get a one cycle, because one cycle is very difficult. So for the one cycle setup, I think Slayer does a different setup than I do. Yeah, the one cycle setup, every cycle loses 9 seconds. Yeah, so max, you'll lose, what, 27 if you do the 3 cycle? That's not bad, honestly. It feels like more. Hell, if I lost 27 seconds to Blinky, I could still PB. You know? So it's not a huge deal. But yeah. So Slayer does something different than I do, which I will show my way of doing it because it's easier for newer players to do. But first of all, with Blinky, you lose 18, 2 cycles loses 9, 3 cycles loses 18. Okay. Oh yeah, duh. I'm thinking of 3 cycles, so 3 times 9. No, that's not how it works. 18 seconds. But even then, 18 seconds. Come on. Anyway, for Blinky, there's 2 ways to do this start. I'll show both really quickly because I actually have it in my 53. So, Player's way of doing it is different, but in my opinion, slightly more risky to do. You can jump over Blinky's first bounce and keep going towards him. Slayer doesn't do that, but you can do it to get closer to only have to do like maybe 1.5 revs or 1 rev for the first couple hits. But I don't recommend that unless you have a decent time and you're comfortable doing 1 cycle normally. He jumps over and then immediately rev rolls. This is Slayer's way of doing it. You can do it this way. It is slightly faster to do it this way, but I don't know it, so I can't teach it. But for the most part, the rest of it's the same. As soon as Blinky lets his tongue out of his mouth, you want to go to this corner. And from here, you want to charge a full rev roll. And then whenever you release and go into him, sliders are pretty bad. Blinky here, actually, I've already seen it. Whenever you release, you want to go and try and land, get lodged inside, like right next to his side. Yeah, kind of like right where Slayer is right now. But he didn't hit Blinky. So you want to land around here, because this actually lets you get stuck next to Blinky in the invisible wall, and you bounce back and forth with your rev roll. But since Slayer did a different way of doing it, he's actually not set up for it. So he actually doesn't get nudged. And then, of course, if you don't know, Blinky's invincibility frames still go whenever the game is paused. I actually have an explanation for this too. But anyway, whenever the game's paused, Blinky's invincibility frames are still running. So what this means is that you basically hit Blinky, pause, hit Blinky, pause, hit Blinky until he's dead for 1 cycle. It's not that simple, but I wish it was. For other cycles, if you don't get hit all hits in 1 cycle, pausing while he's moving and jumping doesn't really do anything. The only time you want to pause is whenever you hit him and you're waiting for invincibility frames. So, for this way of doing it, since Slayer, well, first of all, yeah, he waits the invincibility frame to go out. Slayer didn't get nudged very well, so he's only going to get a couple of hits here. So he gets 3 hits, and you can see he's already leaving, which he's only hit Blinky for half damage, which is too early. That's because the way he did it, Blinky wasn't set up correctly. So, he's either got to do... There's 2 things he can do here. He got another hit, by the way. So he actually only has 2 left. So at this point, if you hit him down to 2 hits, for a beginner, I highly, highly, highly recommend stopping your rev roll and doing another one for the last 2 hits. Because if you don't, and you miss Blinky, like Slayer does, spoiler, what'll happen is you'll miss Blinky, then panic ensues, not really, but panic ensues and you don't have enough time to hit both hits. So you'll get a 2 cycle, but you'd be doing pause strats, wasting a little bit of time. So yeah, he doesn't get another hit here. Or he gets 1 more, but he doesn't get the final one. So he gets a 2 cycle. But yeah, if he would have stopped his rev roll after the 4th hit, he would have been able to get a 1 cycle. But yeah, if you're a beginner and don't really know much about Blinky, do 4 hits, then 2 hits. Don't go for 5, then 1. It's not worth it. And then here he just has to get the next hit. So Blinky is gonna be very in-depth because there's so many different ways you can do Blinky. Um, so I'll show every backup and every way you can do him. And good luck. That's all I can really say. I will try to go as in-depth as possible. But Blinky is just... yeah. Anyway, so... let me get save state here too. So what you want to do is whenever you get to Blinky, obviously immediately press start. But nothing will happen if you don't. So immediately press start. So that skips all of his dialogue. Then whenever you press start, hold forward if you don't have camera glitch. If you have camera glitch, compensate. That's all I can say, because camera glitch varies. You'll know if you have camera glitch. I'm just gonna say that. So I do actually have camera glitch, so I have to press forward and left. If you don't have camera glitch, you just hold right, I think. Either that or I just actually went too late. Let me see. If I mash start, let me see. No, I do have camera glitch. I'll fix it to show you what it looks like without camera glitch, because in runs, 90% of the time, you're not going to have it. So let me go ahead and fix that really quick, and I'll be right back. Okay, I have now fixed camera glitch. So let's see. Alright, so I'll go ahead and just mash start so I can pause here and talk. Yeah, so with this angle, with how Blinky is, you want to hold up and right. So like this, as you can see on my controller input. That's where you want to hold for Blinky. And my way of doing it is let Blinky knock you over, because this sets you up time-wise for when you need to rev-roll into him. If you rev-roll too early, he will not put his tongue out, and you'll have to restart the level, because he'll just jump away. Which means... which means you won't be able to get nudged between the invisible wall and him. If you do it too late, you may not have enough time, but we'll see. For the most part, you'll get a pretty decent setup. Blinky heavily relies on control stick input. So, I will restart and do Blinky, this first spot, perfectly, so you can see exactly what I do. So exactly what I did for Blinky is this. And right here is when I let it happen. Was when I let him hit me over. I'm gonna make a save state here, just so I can go in depth with everything. So from here, immediately, don't hold anything except for B. Only hold B here. So immediately charge your rev roll. And as soon as you have a full rev roll, let go and go into this corner and stop your rev roll. And right here is where you want to do your full rev roll. And then, after you do your full rev roll and let go, you're going to hold left. So you hit Blinky. So, like this. Don't pause here. You want to do that. If you rev roll in the right spot, you'll get hit forward and start going up his foot. And when you're about a little bit further, then's when you want to hold left. So about here, which I'm already holding left. So, yeah, it just takes a bit to get used to when you hold left. But what you want to do is hit him about here and get nudged about here, because this is basically the perfect spot for Blinky. You can be more forward and more back, but you have to know backups for that. Yeah, just pause and unpause every time you're going to do a hit, and for the most part, you'll be fine as long as you keep adjusting your control stick after each hit to make sure Pac-Man is still in the nook next to Blinky. The angles for the control stick are normally going to be left, like up and left. If for some reason you're holding right, you're probably not going to hit Blinky. But again, that was my 4th hit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop my rev roll, then do another full rev roll up his foot. You can, again, it is possible to get 5 hits and then do 1 hit. But if you're a beginner and do not know where Blinky's hitbox is verbatim and are not confident in it, you will probably get a 2 cycle if you try going for 5 hits. You're more than welcome to try. Just my recommendation is do 4-2. It's the easiest and most simple. But again, so you're going to set up for getting lodged in his in the nook between him and the wall again, and just get your last 2 hits, and that's it. That is how you do Blinky 1 cycle. Blinky 2 cycle, let's say that you only get 2 hits. So you only get 4 hits, and you still have the last 2. You know, I'll do 5-1 really quick. I'll do 5-1, so I'll get 5 hits, and then purposely have Blinky go to his next phase. So, for this, I'm just going to go ahead and do Blinky as I normally would. Actually, this is a pretty good mention. So I'm actually going forward here. So behind Blinky. So I actually have to overcompensate to go back. So I'm actually going to hold down and back. As you can see, I'm still going further, but I am now hitting the wall, basically parallel. Then from here, you want to hold left. This actually will be a 2 cycle. So then, yeah, I got 4-2. That wasn't on purpose. That was actually just an accident. So that can happen with Inky. Again, as long as you get as many hits as you possibly can, it does not matter if you get a 2 cycle. You get a 3 cycle or anything. As long as you kill Blinky within 3 cycles, you'll be fine. 3 cycles is an 18-second time loss. It's not the end of the world. It sounds like a lot, but I have a 42 pace World 1, and I can get a 3 cycle Blinky and still PB. Don't reset over 3 cycle Blinky. It's really not worth it. Okay, but again, from here, he's going to go ahead and do his thing. He's going to jump. So then he jumps into the middle of the area. So what you don't want to do is you do not want to be too close to him. I'll make a save state and show you exactly what happens if you're too close to Blinky. If you're right in front of Blinky, he won't shoot his tongue out. And then he'll jump again, which is a time loss. So what you want to do is just make sure you're pretty far away from him. You don't have to be like all the way across the map, but just be careful. The next thing you want to do is as soon as he shoots his tongue out, then you want to stand on his tongue. And this is the 2 cycle backup. If you only have 2 hits left. If you have more than 2 hits or less than 2 hits, there's more, and I'll get into that. So for this, since I only have 2 hits left, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rev roll into Blinky's mouth, and whenever I hit him, I'm going to go around Blinky. It's pretty straightforward. You just hold right and up, and that's pretty much it. Then what you're going to do is when you're behind him, you're going to hold left and get the 2 cycle. That's how you do this backup. This one is pretty self-explanatory. You just move your control stick to go behind him. You have plenty of time to just eye it if you've never done it before. This backup's probably the fastest way to get 2 hits. But if for some reason you can't get behind his head, the best way would be to do this, and I'll explain it in a second. But doing that would be the better way to do a 2 cycle backup if you can't go around his head. So what this is, and I'll explain it really quickly because I want to show it in real time first because it's kind of difficult. Whenever I'm explaining to do it in real time, what you're going to do is get 1 hit, then land on the ground, start another rev roll, and then let go. And while Pac-Man is rev rolling, pause and wait out the rest of his invincibility frames. And then what you're going to do is you're just going to go up and hit him again. And this just ensures that you can hit Blinky a second time. If you wait, until Blinky is, until his invincibility frames are done before you rev-roll, you probably will get a 3-cycle. So you want to make sure that you release your rev-roll before Blinky starts moving again. Or before his invincibility frames run out. You want to wait out the rest of his invincibility frames when you've already released your rev-roll. And it's the same thing for the 2-cycle backup with 1 hit. So right now, let's say Blinky only has 1 hit left. The easiest way to do this backup is just, as soon as he's about to shoot his tongue out, what you're going to do, it's about here, like whenever you know he's right about to. If you do it too early, he will still retract his tongue. Well, he won't retract his tongue, he just won't shoot it out. So as soon as he's about to shoot it out, you're going to release your rev-roll, and just immediately hit him. And that would be the 5-1 backup. Or the 4-1-1 backup, I guess. Just hit him as fast as possible. That's the only way you can do the backup, the 2-phase backup if he has 1 hit left. So that is that. The next one that I'll go over is the 3-3 backup. So that's if you get 3 hits on the first phase and need 3 hits on the second phase. The reason I did this one last is because it's actually a mix between the 2 that I showed before. So I will go ahead and get Blinky set up for the 3-3. So Blinky is ready for the 3-3. So I got 3 hits on phase 1, and then he went to phase 2 before I can get another one. So what happens now is you're going to do both backups. You're going to do the first one, which is hitting his mouth and then going around his head and hitting his back of his head. And then you're going to do the second backup, which is to rev-roll, release your rev-roll, and then pause, wait out the rest of Blinky's invincibility frames, then hit him in the side. And that's how you do 3-3 backup. And I'll show it off in real time right now. Yeah, so he hit his mouth, so we're going to go around his head, wait for invincibility frame to run out. And then, it was bad. Okay, I'm going to redo that. Just so I can show it off. That was a bad angle that I landed in, so I'm going to redo it again. And at that point, if you don't get the next hit, go to the 3rd phase, just hit him one more time. That's it. That's the, 3-2-1 backup. Again, phase 3 isn't that, having 3 phases isn't really a problem. It's just, it's time loss, so you want to avoid it as best as possible, but in reality, it's 18 seconds. You're not gonna have that much of an issue. We get the picture. You want to hit his mouth, then hit his back, and then do the quick rev roll into his foot. You want to try and land as close to one of his feet as possible, so you can make it. But since I haven't landed near his feet, I haven't been able to do it. Trying to do this backup, or not doing it for so long, is difficult. I don't actually know the last time I had to do 3-3. I normally only have to do 1 or 2 hits on phase 2. And again, that is me. I have run this game since 2016, so I have a lot of practice. But for the most part, a 3-cycle Blinky isn't bad, 2-cycle Blinky is average, and 1 cycle is the best. There's no reason to reset over anything of World 1 unless you are very far behind. Go closer to his mouth when you rev roll so you get more distance later. I'll try that really quickly, but still. Oh, yep, okay. Yeah, there's a 3-3. Thanks, frogs. There's what a 3-3 would look like if you got it in a run. So again, that's hitting his mouth. Apparently, stand really close to his mouth so you can go around and hit his back quickly, or basically, you don't want to get hit far away from his feet. You want to get his land as close to his feet as possible so you get a chance to rev-roll into him again before he moves. If he moves again, 3 cycle isn't bad. But for the most part, that's 3-3. That's all 3 backups you'll probably need. If you have to do 2-2-2, it's just the mouth backup twice. That's it. There's not much you can do. You can do the 2-3, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know if that's faster or not. And then, you know, doing it normally, which is 1-1-1-1-1-1. But for the most part, that's Blinky. Again, he's probably one of the most difficult bosses you'll have for a while, besides the obvious ones. He takes a lot of time to get used to. It took me almost 2 years to actually get used to doing Blinky 1 cycles. Again, I've been running this game since 2016, so I have a lot of muscle memory, so please do not compare to me if you're very new to the game. But moving on. Next we have a fun level, Bedouin Woods. Bedouin Woods is a lot of fun, pretty simple. There's a couple things that Slayer does that he definitely shouldn't be doing, smile. So I'll be going over that and explaining why you shouldn't be going for this, and also showing the correct way of doing it if you really want to. Anyway, let's get into Bedouin Woods. So Bedouin Woods, again, is pretty straightforward. A lot of these levels are pretty linear. A lot. Basically all of them, except for Pac-Village, are linear. So for the most part, you're just gonna play the level. If you've seen a speedrun, that's it, really. So for this, immediately whenever you're in here, which he didn't do, you want to hold B and do a small rev roll. Rev roll to that wooden platform. He does it later. He also charges way too long of a rev roll. He does a full rev roll, which you don't need a full rev roll here. You actually waste time charging a full rev roll. Well, actually, it's more than a full rev roll. You waste time charging a full rev roll here because you don't use the full distance. Yeah, so then whenever you do this rev roll, you want to jump out of it and land on this wooden platform. Then from here, roll from the red Bedouin onto the blue Bedouin. You can make that jump. If you don't make it, ledge grab. It doesn't waste a lot of time. Then from the blue Bedouin, you go to the angled Bedouin. From the angled Bedouin, go to the blue Bedouin. I'll go and do this in real time as well. But for the most part, this is pretty straightforward. This is the verbatim way of doing this level. When you have box skip, you stand in the middle of the box. If you're facing forward or down left, you're gonna hold down left. If you're facing down right, you're gonna hold more left than down left. But I definitely recommend not facing more to the right, because there's a very high chance you're gonna die. So instead of dying, reposition yourself to be either facing down left or down straight. And I'll go back in depth in this as well. But then there's 2 ways you can do this part. For this way, you can rev roll onto this Bedouin and then press A to stop your rev roll. Loses a little bit of time, but it's safer if you're not confident for this rev roll. But if you are, this is the way to do it. You just hit off this Bedouin, and as soon as you hit it, you press down left. Again. Or I guess more down, really, but still. That's how you do this part. And then here, you want to hit as close to this edge as you possibly can. Don't, like, overextend and possibly die doing it. Just hit close to the edge. And then from there, you're going to hit up here. The camera can actually glitch out here. And if it does, just wait a sec, it'll come back. You can also ledge grab this, but for the most part, you can get up here pretty easily. For ramps, and I will say this every single time that Slayer does a wrong ramp, so hopefully he doesn't do too many, so I don't lose my voice saying this. For ramps, 90% of the time, do not go off the top point of the ramp. The reason for this is because your horizontal momentum is being transferred into vertical and horizontal. The more vertical you go, the less speed you will have, and the less horizontal distance you'll travel, which loses time. Not a lot, but it does lose enough that if you do it for every single ramp, it'll show. which again, I'm going to go through again and show this again. Then from here, you want to charge a rev roll and land on the second Bedouin. It's basically a full rev roll, though if you're a beginner, I recommend charging a full rev roll. If you're more advanced, charge slightly less than a full rev roll. And whenever we do it, you'll see my rev press timer show how long I've pressed the rev roll for. A rev roll is about 1 second. For this roll, you want to do about 0.8, 0.9 seconds. And this part makes me cringe every single time. Slayer, you're great, but don't do this. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna attempt to do 3 short rev rolls across these Bedouins, which does save time, but only if you do the smallest rev rolls possible and you're set up. And I will show why later in this section. But he charges his rev rolls for too long. And this actually makes him lose time in more ways than one. So the first way is that he actually charges his rev rolls for too long, which is about the same time as just jumping this Bedouin. The second issue is that charging your rev rolls too long makes it so you're not set up for the next Bedouin. Doing a shorter rev roll will make sure that you are in the spot you need to be to make it and be set up for the next one. If you do too long of one, you won't be set up and you'll have issues. He did fine here. He lost a bit of time on the first one because it wasn't fully set up. But he lost time from doing too long of a rev roll. For a beginner, just jump across the Bedouins. It really doesn't save that much time to this rev roll. For more advanced players, if you really want to do this rev roll, go for it. But it doesn't even save. It saves maybe, like, that's a big maybe, a second. And even then, the second that you could potentially lose more than a second too. And even die. So if you're comfortable with it, go for it. If you're not, just jump. Like, honestly. From here, it's pretty straightforward. You're just going to rev roll across this gap. Rev roll. You can do this in one rev roll. I think he was just unconfident. If you're unconfident in this, just do 2 rev rolls. For the most part, you'll make it in one. It's not a hard rev roll to do. Yes. You rev roll to here. There's multiple ways to do this. Slayer's doing the more beginner and safer way of doing this. I think also because he doesn't know the other way, because if I told him, he would do it because it's Slayer. One thing I'll learn about Slayer in this tutorial series is that he does a lot of things that I tell him not to do because they're faster. And there's things that I tell him to do that he doesn't do because they're free, because he's not comfortable with them. Gotta love Slayer. Anyway, so this rev roll he actually did pretty okay. The fact that he did it, I gotta go back to the video. The fact that he did it that, like, parallel to the wall means he kind of lost time in setup and in travel distance. Because, yeah, he only landed on... Oh, wow. That was really bad, actually. He only landed on this piece of wood, which, if you do it good, you can land here. So this just shows that, yeah, that was a pretty bad roll. I don't know if he knows that or not, but, yeah. Yeah, and then here, you just avoid the ghosts and make it to the end. And that's Bedouin Woods. I will go through in depth myself with everything showing, so you can see exactly how I do Bedouin Woods. So for Bedouin Woods, like I said, as soon as you go in, even on the black screen, hold B. So you start charging your rev roll on frame 1. So, like this. So I'm just already charging my rev roll. So then, next thing what you want to do is you want to charge like half of a rev roll, like I said. And since my thing's working now, you can see. About there. So about 8.9. As long as you jump out of your rev roll, it doesn't matter how long you charge. It's just the longer you charge excessively, the more time you'll lose, because that's just time wasted holding B. So you want to try to time it as best as possible. So really, you could do that and be fine, which is 0.5. Yeah, just get a feel. You'll know exactly how it is whenever you get it. Again, the backups for this are, if you do too short of a rev roll, just jump here. You'll be fine. And then just keep going. Too long of a rev roll, doesn't really matter. You can jump out of it. But if you don't, then just, you know, play along with it. Next thing is rev rolling to this back left blue Butane. If you jump and press A before you land, and you're far enough on the Butane, you'll butt bounce. If you're not comfortable with this, either you can practice it, or just do it this way. If you land on the blue Butane, and then butt bounce. If you're not comfortable with that, with the other way of doing it, like I said, with rev rolling and then jumping onto it, you can always, again, just, you know, jump onto it normally, and then butt bounce. The rev jump butt bounce is not difficult, and jumping into the Butane and then butt bouncing is not difficult either. It just takes practice. If you can't do it, no worries. Just do it the normal way. It doesn't lose that much time if you do it the normal way. There's no use losing more time and trying to do a faster strat if you can't do it, because then you'll lose more time. Anyway, next thing you want to do is, after you hit off of that blue Butane, you want to hold up and left to land on this angled Butane, or tilted Butane. They're both the same thing, really. From here, what you're going to do is you can walk forward. I kind of recommend it, because if you don't, you'll get shot up and forward. So you lose a little bit of time, momentum, and it's just kind of like finicky, these blue Butane, these angled Butangs. So if you do it from, say, here, it works. But you one, can't see where you're going, and two, you get shot up higher than you should. So I'll go ahead and go back and show you what you should do. Shit. You go back here. So what you should do when you land on this Butane is you should walk forward for a sec and then rev roll, because then you can see where you're going, and you're going straight there. You're not going up high or anything. Either way is fine. You can do it either way you want. It's just, if you're not comfortable with the game yet, walk forward for sure. Then from here, what you want to do is you're going to rev roll from here to this area right here. There's multiple ways of doing this. There is the faster way, the normal way, and the slower way. I'll do the faster way first. Actually, no, I'll do the normal way first. So from here, you want to land here. If you charge your river for too long, you can press A to stop it and land here. The slower way of doing this... Hi, Blinky. The slower way of doing this is to stop your river roll early, or, you know, be too far forward on there, but doing, or like in the middle, and you'll ledge grab. But if that happens, you have to stop your rev roll. If you don't, you'll get hit down into the void if you stop it too late. So if you think you're too low, stop your rev roll at the last possible second. If you don't stop it, if you stop it too early, you'll die. If you stop it too late, you'll die. So really, to avoid any of that, just make sure that the Butane is angled up like this. If you're in the middle, if you're on the middle of the Butane, you will always have to stop your rev roll and ledge grab, no matter what. To avoid this, like I said, just be on the back of the Butane and angle it up a little bit. And that's how you get over here. If you don't stop your rev roll, you'll probably ledge grab here, which is fine. But the fastest way of doing this, if you're lined up correctly, what you can do is not stop your rev roll and make it to here instead. So you save a little bit of time because you still have your rev momentum while also being here. If you're not aware, 90% of the time, a rev roll is faster than walking or normal jumping. So from here, if you jump to here, having a rev roll here, like it's slightly longer, is ever so slightly faster. But it is because, one, you're lower to the ground, so you're not arcing like this, and you have your rev momentum. So slightly faster, small time save. Not worth it if you're like if you're just learning the game. Do not go for this. Just do the normal way. Then from here, the next thing you're gonna do is just butt bounce on those logs and make it to this platform right here. If you go here, you're too far. You gotta go back to this one. So this is the box skip box. On this box, what you want to do is be in like the middle. If you're too far forward, you still make it. If you're too far back, you'll still make it. No matter where you are on this box, you'll make it if you're holding the right angle. If you're over here and then try going for it, you can make it, but you have to overcompensate. If you don't overcompensate, you'll die. If you're looking to the left, you 90% of the time will die. So always make sure you're looking forward or you're looking down left. So kind of like this. So for this, what you want to do is you want to hold down left on your controller. That was bad. Down left on your controller. Wow, I'm very bad at this today. There we go. Down left on your controller, and you'll make it this Butane. This is a slower way of doing it. You can stop your rev roll on this Butane to to make sure that you live. If you're not comfortable with this, I recommend this. If you're new to the game and don't really know how rev rolls work and how the collision and bouncing off of things works, I recommend this way 100% of the time. If you're more advanced and want to save more time, this is one thing you can do. It's just, if you don't do it already, just land on this Butane. That's that. Faster again because you're not jumping, so you're not arcing, and you have your rev momentum. Then from here, what you're going to do is you're going to jump to this Butane, and then like I said, go as close to the edge as you comfortably can. If you do it too far, wow, I'm really bad. If you do it too far, I should make a safe state here. If you do it too far forward, you'll die. If you do it too far back, you'll ledge grab. So it's kind of like in between that area. So like, yeah, in the white spot on the Butane between the red and the red in the middle, you'll make it 90% of the time without ledge grabbing. If you do a good angle. This angle is terrible. Yeah, oh, that was the camera thing. If you go a little bit more further from the white, like if you do the white jump and butt bounce and then press forward, you'll make it. If the camera goes down like it did a minute ago, just wait and it'll be back. You could also hold the rev roll during this too, so you don't have to do it later. For this section, like I said, don't go off the top of this ramp. Even if you're a beginner, don't do that. Start trying to learn going off the sides of ramps, because this is actually faster. So just by looking at this, here's what going off the top of a ramp looks like, and here is what going off the side of a ramp looks like. Way faster. So make sure to go off the sides. On 90% of ramps in the game that you rev roll from, if you're just jumping, like in Blade Mountain, which we'll get to later, don't go off the side. There are specific skips for that, which I will show later. But yeah, we'll get into that later. But for now, let's get into this again. So for here, you want to stand where the cherry is, because that's probably your best spot to do it from. And 90% of the time, you're going to land there. Or land near the end. If you land too close, just go where the cherry is. That's the best spot for you to be at to do this next part. But if you land further forward, that's fine. What you want to do is charge your rev roll just enough to make it to the blue Bidooing. If you're new, charge your full rev roll. If you're not, feel it out. Yeah, because even just doing half of a rev roll is too little. So you're just going to have to feel it out. I can't tell you exactly when to do it, but if you're newer to the game, or if you just don't want to die here and don't want to take the chance, just do full rev roll. You'll make it. And here's a section. This is unnecessary, but since somebody likes to do things I tell them not to, wink wink, I will show it off. So for this section, what you want to do is make sure that you're lined up and the Bidooing is still slightly tilted up. This is for the rev rolling. If you're not going to rev roll, you're just going to do this. And that's it. That's all you're going to do for this section. But if you're really hard-headed and really want to do this, here's how you'll do it. You want to charge extremely small rev roll. Quite literally about that small. It doesn't feel like it's going to work, but it's basically the smallest rev roll you can do. Which, as you can see, is 0.23 seconds. Or 0.23. Sorry, 0.24 seconds. Of a full rev roll. It's extremely tiny. And you're going to do that 3 times in a row. So if you do it correctly, it'll look like this. That was bad. See? I did it wrong. And I messed up. The reason why is because, like I said earlier, I got screwed up because I didn't land in the spot again. If you don't land to where you're like this, it's not going to work. If you land like this, you're going to have to ledge grab. So, yeah, that's why this is dumb, and don't go for it. But, for the most part, that's how you do it. It's slightly faster than jumping. 100% not worth it. Even I don't go for this in runs because it's just dumb. And it really doesn't save that much time. But if you really want to do it, that's how you do it. Now, the next part is just going to the end. That was... Wow, I almost died there. Jeez. If you hold forward here, you'll make it to here, honestly. You don't need to worry about this roll at all. Give me a sec. Let me go back here. Yeah. If you do this roll right, you'll make it here. That roll's pretty straightforward. You're just kind of rolling across the net. I don't know how else to explain it. It's not a difficult roll to do. Then you're here. So this section, like I said, so Slayer right here, what he did is walked up to here and then was right in front of the tree. You don't want to do that. Wrong save state. You don't want to do that because if you do that, you lose so much time and speed. So what you want to do instead is you want to rev roll from here to you want to rev roll from here onto the side of this. The reason why you want to do this is because if you do it at the right angle, you'll actually go to here. Like I said before, you go really far in comparison to the other way of doing it. If you're a beginner, I don't really recommend this way. This is only if you want to save time, because this doesn't really save that much time at all. It's just an optimization you can do. If you're a beginner, just go more to the right and make sure you're gonna hit the tree, and that you'll land over here. If you hit the tree right here, you'll make it. If you hit it too far out, though, you'll hit the side, and if you're not holding forward, you'll die. And if you... Oh, shit. I thought I was holding B. And if you don't hit it right at all, you'll just die. So, Beginners, if you're not familiar with how the collision works again, just do it the safer way and go closer to the tree. For more advanced players who want to try to save time anywhere, that would be another optimization you could do. Just try to make your arc as small as possible and stay as horizontal as possible. The less vertical you go, the further horizontal you'll go, which you want to do that if you want to save time. And then from here, no matter what strat you did, you just rev roll to the end, and that's doing woods. And what I'll do, since that was a lot of explaining, is I will go through the level how I would normally do it. Just so you can kind of have an idea of how I do it and compare my run based to your PB. Or if you're a beginner, just see how it's done. And then try to learn it that way. Okay. Yeah. As you can see, just because I have a lot of practice in the game does not mean I am perfect. Shut up, my kid. There we go. Ah, shit. Also, hi, my kid. Damn it. And that's how you do Bidding Woods. It has a bit of hiccups, but for the most part, just do the beginner strats if you don't know what you're doing with the game. And it's pretty straightforward. But doing Woods is one of those that you will have to play to learn. Doing Woods and Canyon Chaos are very similar in that regard. They are very short and tight levels where a lot can go wrong. So those are going to be choke points for a little while. But for the most part, just play and you'll definitely get it. Don't worry. It may take a little bit, but you got it. Moving on to Treewood. This will be reacting to Slayer's Treewood. I haven't actually seen this. From now on, I haven't seen any of his levels, so
In a while.
I'm excited. Really quickly, I keep forgetting to do this. Pause that. Okay. Okay, so first of all, I charged the river for too long, but again, that's just gonna happen. Treewood is one of those levels that takes a bit. Treewood and Butane Pain take a long time to learn, and even when you're good at them, they are choke points. Just because I think those are two of the most movement-intensive levels that don't involve rev rolls. Those are just going to be actual movement. Rev rolling compared to normal movement like this is easier, to say the least. So for the most part, Treewood's fine. I don't see any major issues with it, so he really is okay. His Treewood optimization is just going to be from playing. I'm going to be saying that a lot, by the way, FYI, because that's really the best way to learn and do things, is just keep playing. Because a lot of people that you see, like the top 6, me, and a few other people, have been playing this game for years. So it's not like we just randomly appeared one day. It's gonna take time. And I think that's one of Slayer's things, is he wants to get a good time ASAP. And it's a lot of new runners. It's understandable. But unfortunately, it's not gonna happen. Unless you're fucking McKitty. Or Katie. Otherwise, it's not gonna happen. It's gonna take time. So, I hate when people compare themselves to top runners. Especially a new runner. It's so demotivating to see top runners get such good times and you get like a 55 or 56. Don't compare yourself to them. Compare yourself to your own splits. See your own improvements. That's the most important thing, because the more you improve, the closer you'll get to them. But for now, if you keep comparing yourself to them, you're going to keep resetting, you're going to go for perfection and burn yourself out. Trust me, I know it happened to me, and it was the worst mistake of my life. Just play the game. Anyway, I'll get into Treewood. So, Treewood is straightforward. As soon as you come in, hold B, do a rev roll. Do a full rev roll to here. And then from here, you're just going to jump up to the Bedouins and butt bounce on all 3 Bedouins. And then just go here. That's pretty much it. There's 2 things you can do here. The quickest way to do it without taking damage, which is kind of important in this level, is butt bouncing to the left of this saw. And then going up this way. Wrong save state. But if you have to, if you're that far back, as you can see, I'm not as far forward as I was last time, the quickest way to do this then would be to butt bounce. I missed. The butt bounce on both of those saws. Because then you don't have to... wow, I'm really bad at this. I haven't done it in so long. What you want to do, again, is if you don't go far enough forward on this Bedouin, you want to butt bounce on the 2 saws. So like this. So then you don't have to... you don't have to reposition and lose a little bit of time for doing that. Taking damage here is okay. Preferably you don't want to, because this level and the next level are all about health management. Because you take a lot of damage in these next 2 levels. So if you're down to no health, you have to play safer, which loses time, but it's better than dying. So this level, you want to take as little damage as possible in the beginning. So your best thing you want to do is you want to go and butt bounce on this Bedouin as far forward as possible so you can land there. Landing there, 1, again, saves you from doing health, from getting health taken, and 2, I think it's slightly faster. I think. I don't actually know. For the most part, those 2 are at the same speed. It's not really important. It's just, preferably, if you're a newer runner, you probably don't want to take damage there, because again, low health later on is a bad idea. Anyway, the next part, you're just going to jump up here, and when you hit this Pac-Dot, when there's no more Pac-Dots between you and this branch, you're going to press B and hold forward. If you don't do it long enough, that happens. That will happen. Don't worry. That happens to the best of us, unfortunately. But yeah, so right here, you're going to press B and then hold forward. And that just is a little bit faster. If you're not comfortable with that and you don't want to risk it, just what you're going to do is go from here and just go up to here and press A. That's simple. So now we're moving on to this next section. There's 2 ways to this next section, and we'll go over them as briefly as possible, or at least this one as briefly as possible. So there is a glitch in this game called Angle Bedouin glitch. This glitch, as of now, only has 1 use in the speedrun and 80% run, and it only saves about 2 to 4 seconds, I think. But basically, easiest way to explain this glitch is on an Angle Bedouin, if you walk down to about here, and then press up on your stick and hold forward, Pac-Man will start walking as the Bedouin starts going down. The reason this is important is because if you do this for long enough, you can get the Bedouin to go low enough to get up there. That would have worked, but I was in a bad spot on the Bedouin. You want to be around the middle of the Bedouin whenever you actually do the rev roll to make it over there. If not, you have to go take it lower. The lower you take the Bidooing, the more time you lose. So you want to make it as fast, yet as high as possible, or sorry, as close to making it as possible. You can ledge grab this, or you could not, just depending on how low you take the Bidooing. Not ledge grabbing is faster if you can do it, you know, like just enough to be able to not ledge grab, but also not take too long. So, how you do it, also that happens if you're too low. So, this for beginners, no. Do not do this. This is not a beginner-friendly strat, and you will probably pull your hair out trying to get it. Like, this is really not even worth going for unless you have, like, a really competitive time, like that. That's how you do angle Bidooing glitch. And that gets you up to about 2 trees ahead, basically. But in reality, this is only for advanced players. Beginners, you can learn this. I highly recommend against going for this in runs, but you can learn it if you want to. The other beginner-friendly way of doing this is just butt bouncing. You butt bounce and go around the tree. You want to stay as close to this tree as possible because you're taking your turns as short as possible. Then from this one, you can jump here, it's not worth it. From here, you're going to jump here and there. And there's two ways to this part. You can either charge a short rev roll, my bad. Wow. Charge a short rev roll to here, and then do a rev roll from here. Or just walk. Either way works. Walking doesn't lose that much time. But if you want to optimize your run, do a short rev roll there. And from here, do another rev roll to here for advanced players. For newer players, make sure to get the checkpoint. And then what you're going to do is rev roll from the side of this to this Bidooing. If the saw is in the way, try and go around the saw. If you can't go around the saw, stop your rev roll and just walk to the Bidooing. For more advanced players, do a short rev roll here, and then land here. And then from here, rev roll onto this Bidooing, which is faster because you're not getting the checkpoint, but you didn't get the checkpoint, so if you die, you go back to the beginning of the level. So it's only if you're more comfortable with the game. If you're not, get the checkpoint. It doesn't waste too much time, and it's better to die with a checkpoint than go back to the beginning. Next is this section, which, again, there's 2 ways to do this. For more advanced players, what you can do is you can do a rev roll on this and jump out of it and butt bounce on this Bidooing. For beginner players, just go forward and butt bounce on both Bidooings. The rev roll saves so little time. Really, if you're not going for a good time and you don't really want to do, if you're not comfortable with doing it, just do it the normal way. 90% of the strats I show for advanced players only save very little time, which sure adds up over the span of the run. But if you do them and die, you lose more time than you save. So, moving on. I'll do this part again just because I'm off cycle. So from here, after you bounce up here, for both players, what you're going to want to do is bounce to the left of these saws, and then from here, you're going to bounce over to here. This is going to be just a little bit of getting used to. For the most part, it's easy. But just, getting used to the butt bouncing and movement of the game. Then from here, you're going to want to jump over to this platform. And again, there's 2 ways to do this. One, you can do a rev roll, which I recommend for beginners and advanced players to do because it's very simple. But if you're not comfortable with it or you're not used to the rev rolling, you can just walk. But for simplicity and time's sake, I'm just going to show the rev roll. What you do for this rev roll is you're just going to hold B and release B. That's it. So for here, hold and release, and near the end, you're just going to jump out of your reveral. It's that simple. Don't press the direction. If the ghost is in your way, jump early so you don't hit the ghost. Either jump early or do a short reveral and then do another reveral after that to avoid the ghost. Because the ghost, if you hit it in your reveral, will knock you off course and you will more than likely die if you can't save it. So, better to play it safe. For this next section, you're just going to go ahead and go forward. If you have no health here, you're just going to play this part safe. Wrong save state. By just playing around the saws. Just try not to get hit because you don't want to die. Dying is very slow. For newer runners, however, if you have no health before the maze, it's probably not a bad idea to take a death. Like an intentional death just to get your health back. The only reason I say that is because you can go back to no health with the rest of this level. And if you die at the very end, it's a big time loss. So taking an intentional death sometimes is not a bad idea, especially to restore health for newer players. But otherwise, if you have at least one health wedge, you should be fine. Moving on, this next section is going to have saws rotating around the tree. If a saw gets too close to you, just jump back and jump over it if you have no health. If you have some health to spare, you can damage boost and not worry about it. And there, you're just going to hit the Butane and come over to here and go here. For newer players, what you're going to do is you're just going to go ahead and jump across and walk around. If you have health, go ahead and take damage from the saw. If you don't have health, you're just going to jump over it. For advanced players, the strat for this is going to be, if you hold B and do a rev roll at the right angle, you'll rev roll around the tree while keeping your momentum, and you'll be in front of the saw if you're on the right cycle. This is faster than walking, and it's also faster than jumping over and rev rolling because you're already around the tree. For the most part, this is the fastest way to do this section. And then for both players, you're going to jump up here, and then you just hold down and walk on this Butane. What you're going to do from here is you're going to hold right and jump to this Butane. Preferably, you don't want to get a ledge grab here, but if you do, it's not the end of the world. It's like a second time loss. Just take it. Then from here, what you're going to do is do a short rev roll to this platform, and then from here, there's a couple other strats you can do. Namely, you can do pacifist. Well, there's two, quite literally a couple. There's pacifist strat and no pacifist strat. Beginners, I recommend that you don't do pacifist strat. Advanced players always go for pacifist. So what pacifist strat is it's taking the short end of this ramp, which you should be going for anyway, no matter what skill level you are. It's taking the short end of this ramp and rev-rolling into the bear, which I have done this so many times. My rev-roll was just slightly not long enough, so I jumped and kick-flipped out of it before hitting the bear. It sucks. But for the most part, that would be how you do no pacifist strat. But for pacifist strat, you're going to hit the bear and miss the bear. You're going to hit the bear. You're going to hit the bear, knock him over. The reason you do this is because if you just land and then try to rev roll over to the next tree, you're not going to make it because he's going to hit you before you do. But knocking him over gives you just enough time to do a rev roll over to here. And, you know, if you do low enough rev roll and you're straight enough and the saw's not in your way, you can make it to here. For no pacifist strat, you're just going to go ahead and go over to this spot and butt bounce on him and then just go over. Again, if you're a beginner, not comfortable with it, like I said, just kill the bear. Honestly, it's not a big time loss. It's only going to save time if you're an advanced runner. If you die from it, you're going to lose more time than you save. So there's that. There is something called a super jump that you can do here. I'm not exactly sure how you do it, but it is known about and you can do it, which just skips this ledge grab. I don't know how to do it, so I'm not going to teach you how to do it, but it is possible. Anyway, for the rest of this level, it's straightforward. You're just going to go around this tree, and then when you get to this dot right here, you're going to go ahead and just press B, and then press right and forward. The reason we do this is just because it saves a little bit of time. You're going to walk across this tree branch anyway. For a beginner, you're just going to go here. That's simple. And then what you're going to do is you're just going to go up this branch. To save time, you want to take this like as far out as possible. If you're not comfortable with it, just take it normally. Don't worry about it. And then what you can do, if you have no health here, and you're going up the tree, and I'll go ahead and just show it off. When you get to this top platform, you can turn your camera to see where the saw is. If the saw is in your way, wait a sec and let it pass. If the saw is not in your way, and you have no health, you can just jump over and go. Most of the time. If you have health, saw doesn't really matter too much. But if you don't die to the saw, please. But anyway, yeah. So that's how you do Treewood. Again, Treewood, and the next level, which is Butane Pain. These will take a lot of practice. Even me to this day, and a lot of other runners I know have a bunch of issues with these levels because they are more actually movement based. There's so many spots you can choke, and yeah. For the sake of time, I am not going to go through Treewood, because Treewood, we're starting to get into longer levels. And these are just going to be more practice-based. The best way to see these levels completely in real time is either watch my speedruns, or go find someone else and watch theirs. The Pac-Man community has a lot of videos about everything. They have individual levels, which are the best times overall in that level that aren't passed, and other people do runs and upload them to YouTube, so I'd recommend checking those out. If I do levels from now on, it'll take me about a minute and a half to do them. So for now, we're just gonna keep going on and just keep showing off the rest of the stuff. So next, we're gonna move on to Butane Pain. Butane Pain is a very difficult level for beginners. I'm going to say that a decent amount because there's a lot of hard levels. Butane Pain is one of the top 3, I guess, pieces of kryptonite for new runners. For actual levels. Butane Pain is very, very difficult. So if you're not doing Butane Pain well, don't feel bad about it. Butane Pain takes a lot of time and practice to get this good. So let's go ahead and move on. So first of all, as soon as you enter Butane Pain, you want to jump and then press down right, but bounce on the button, and then get the chrome ball. You don't have to do this very fast. Definitely should. You should definitely get this movement down, because there are cycles in this level, and you kind of want to make sure that you got them down. Cycles in Treewood and Butane are pretty important, because these levels are very cycle based, and cycles will either make you go fast or make you go slow. If you go too fast, you'll be off cycle in a way that you probably won't know. But too fast normally isn't an issue. It's more the too slow part, which causes a lot of issues later on. So let's get back into this. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to skip the whole first section of Butane Pain and go to the shortcut the developers didn't intend for you to go to right now. There's actually a death barrier. So we actually, what we just did is went around the death barrier. We went around the death barrier, and this allowed us to get over to the spot that you're not supposed to. And get to the ankle doings and yeah, just go. That referral is kind of difficult. I will show a visual cue whenever I go through it. But for the most part, it's difficult for newer runners, but after you do it maybe 5 or 10 times, you'll get it down. Then here, you just do the shortcut like normally. You go to the shortcut, then hit the Butane to go back. And then here, you can butt bounce out of angle Butane patterns. So we abuse that here by butt bouncing a little bit earlier than you normally would. And that allows us to save a little bit of time. But if you're not careful, you will die to those saws if you don't pay attention to where they are. It'll just shoot you off and you'll die. This happened to me many times. Then you just go forward, butt bounce off the 2 red Bedoings, and then at the top, you're just going to butt bounce down the net and slide down. The reason we butt bounce and not just slide is because it's faster. We're trying to go as fast as possible because we're on a timer right now. The timer is the chrome ball. We abuse this chrome ball to go faster in these spots in the level because of its bounciness properties. If you do have the chrome ball for long enough, you can use it later on to save a little bit of health, which is very important in this level. Like I said before, this level's really about time and health management. So from here, what he's going to do is abuse the bounciness property of the chrome ball and save a little bit of time. Oh, and the invincibility too. So he made it over to there. I haven't seen this before, so I assumed that he would be doing the other strat. I was wrong. There's a little bit of there's 2 ways you could do this part of the level. There's a ramp, like a small little ramp section on that platform he was on, which I will show whenever I go through the level. That can hit you up and over, or if you just rev-roll to the tree, you can get hit forward, which I will show whenever I do this level. But for now, let's continue. And then for this part, you just go across it like normal. For newer runners or advanced, there's a small little strat, but not too important. So this is why we need all of our health. We skipped this chrome ball here, and since Slayer actually has his timer over his health, I can't really show. But Slayer has all of his health for this, and he will be down to no health. The reason that is because you can just damage boost through this and skip a chrome ball you're supposed to get, which saves a little bit of time. But the issue with that is if you have less than full health, you have a 99% chance of dying as a beginner here because you need all of your health. If you're more advanced and can do this faster, you have about a 50% chance of taking 2 health wedges of damage. But it's still not worth going for. But anyway, continuing. Yeah. You just damage boost through this, and you can just make it through. So here, what you're going to do is where this button, you want to press and hold jump and right. And that's because you can just skip that, because the developers didn't think you'd do that. And then this is, yeah, the rest of this level is just going through it. Honestly, there's nothing special. There are some advanced tricks I'll show, but nothing too crazy. There are other things known that I'm not going to show that are really crazy and should never be gone for in a run as of now. Anyway, so yeah, Butane Pain's ending is Treewood's ending. They just reused it. But, yeah, that's Butane Pain. So, now that's done, I will go through and show the level and everything you can do in it. So first of all, like I said, what you want to do is jump and get the chrome ball. The reason you want to do this as fast as possible is because if you get the chrome ball too late, you'll already start eating into that timer, which means you'll have to go faster. The timer only starts whenever you pick up the chrome ball, though. So just remember that. If you go too slow after you get the chrome ball, you'll be eating into that timer that you have, and you only have a set amount of time. Going too slow isn't that big of a deal, though. In reality, if you go too slow, your cycles will be off, but if you're newer to the game, that's not an issue. But anyway, so when we're here and we have the chrome ball, the next thing that we're going to do is, honestly, as a beginner and a new runner, and a beginner and an advanced runner, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, and from here, we're going to charge a rev roll. And when you hit over that spot on the bridge, you're going to press A and cancel your rev roll. I will show a couple different ways of doing this. So the normal way that most people do this is on this platform with a saw. On this platform, what you're going to do is you're going to press and hold B to rev roll, look through your rev roll camera, and make sure that you're lined up to the right or just lined up with this tree. This tree will be your visual cue into where you need to line up for going around the invisible wall. When you're looking at that tree, your camera will turn. If you're not looking far enough or holding the right directions, that'll happen because you hit the invisible death barrier. But yeah, if you go around the tree, you'll be able to get down here. If you're not comfortable with this, there's a different way you can do this, which is just going to the next, going up to here, and then doing it. That's the easier beginner way of doing this, which I only recommend if you're not comfortable with yourself and doing it the normal way. But yeah, when you get down here, you just want to go ahead and do this normally. For this spot, we don't actually butt bounce out of this angle, but doing script, I guess, technically. The reason for that is because it's actually slower. We actually land here on the ground, and the button actually pushes us closer to the other angle we're doing. And then we can jump and butt bounce on it. Then, as you can see, my saw cycles are actually okay. So, I can butt bounce out of this and butt bounce on top of a saw. So, like that, unless I miss, like that. That happens. That's gonna happen for the first little bit. That butt bounce is kind of difficult to do for newer runners. But for the most part, it's simple. Just make sure you land on top of the saw, and then just go forward. Yeah, so from there, you're going to just go forward and hit the red Butane. But before we move on, I'm going to go ahead and show a little bit of a backup if you're not comfortable with that butt bounce. So, if you're not comfortable with that butt bounce, maybe you've died there too many times, strat for this is just keep going. Don't butt bounce out of it, because you'll land on a checkpoint and land up here, which is just a little bit further away. And then you're just going to go over here and butt bounce on the Butane and make it up here. It doesn't waste too much time, and it is definitely safer if you're not comfortable. So from here, you're going to go over here and butt bounce down. The reason for this, like I said, is because you roll down faster than you would if you just normally just went down it, like this. And if you rev roll down this, it's actually slower because of that. So butt bouncing down this is actually the fastest way of doing it, which is why we do it. So, and when you're down here, again, I said I was going to go over this, so I will. You can do Slayer's route of just going over to here and then going across just like normal. A little slow, a little slower, but not that big of a deal. Then what you can do is line up with this little piece of wood right here that I'm right in front of, so you can't really see it, but it's this. This is what I'm lining up with. So when I do that, I can actually hold forward, and that'll actually hit me on the platform. Just high enough to where I get hit up instead of down. And this actually lets me go over to the right some more to get more horizontal momentum, which is good because it's faster. This is the fastest way to do this, unless you're TAS. Then, the last way of doing this, if I could even get it, because I actually don't know how to get it normally, like that. So, I actually just figured it out. So you're going to line up with this little section right here that I'm right in front of, so you can't see it. This section right here. This hits you up. This is basically like a small little ramp. This does hit you up, and this also will hit you forward. This also saves about the same amount of time. It just depends on what you get and what you prefer. For the most part, I recommend everyone go for that rev roll across the trees. Slayer's Way, which is really safe, which I do recommend for newer players. If you, again, are not comfortable with this game yet and don't really know the strats very well, you can go ahead and do the safer strats. They're not going to waste you too much time, and you'll get more runs, which is honestly more important than getting a good time in the beginning, like I said before. So, we'll go ahead and just do this like normal. One other thing, if you do ledge grab there, and a saw is in front of you, you will not be able to get up, so just wait for the saw to pass, or just shimmy across the ledge until you get, away from a saw. Next thing you're going to do, there's two ways to do this part. I'll show both. The more advanced way that I do it is going around and hitting that blue Butane. You can do this. Oh, I didn't make a save state. I thought I did. My bad. You can do this without a ledge grab if you do it in the right angle, which I apparently cannot do right now. God damn it. There we go. So, if you do the right angle, you won't get a ledge grab. For like 90% of players, I recommend going for this. It's free if you know how to do the bouncy properties. If you're a newer runner though, you can just walk across and butt bounce on this Butane and just go across like normal, like Slayer did. Then, the next thing you're going to do, and there's a couple things I'm going to mention here. One, if you don't have full health, what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead, grab this checkpoint, and then take an intentional death. Because it's better to die right here with not all your health, to die later with no health. It'll waste more time. And that's for any runner, honestly. If you're not confident and for some reason don't have all of your health, I would take the intentional death there rather than just blow through the rest of it, because if you die later, it's going to waste you more time than just dying right here. Anyway, let's say that you're just coming over. So you're back in the air, heading over here. So, how you're going to do this spot is there's two ways. The fastest way is just butt bounce on this box and hold forward. And then you're just going to go like that. That's just so you don't land and have to jump. But, damn it. But, if you're not comfortable with that, you can just land on the box like this and then jump up. The camera is a little glitchy here, but yeah. You're going to jump on the box and jump up. So either way, whichever way you prefer, doesn't matter. Then you're just going to keep going across. And for newer players, land on this button. Do not butt bounce it. You will get an unskippable cutscene, which is only a few seconds, but still. This is time loss that you don't need. For newer players, stop on this button and then hold right and press A to jump across. For more advanced players, well, shit. For more advanced players, you can just keep going. You don't need to stop, obviously. So you just keep going across, and then just keep going. I recommend new players stop because this is kind of a difficult jump if you don't know what you're doing. And then here, what you're going to do is just go across like normal. When you get to here, there's two things you can do. New players, just walk across and jump. For more advanced players, you can jump out of a rev roll here. I don't know how to do it because I'm not good at this, but you can jump out of a rev roll here and skip the ledge grab. But I'm not good at it. Also, that can happen. I'm not good at this because I don't do it. There we go. So you can do that to skip that ledge grab. The reason I only say advanced players to do it is because it only saves like a second, if that. Well, actually, maybe a little bit more because you actually do skip a little bit of a walk section. But still, it's not worth it unless you're going for a really good time and you don't have a lot of time saved left. But for the most part, the ending is just like Treewood. You're just gonna go ahead and do the ending your comfortable way of doing it, and then check for the saw, and then just go ahead and finish. And that's Butane Pain. And like I said, I'll go over it one more time. Butane Pain and Treewood Forest are extremely difficult, and do not get upset or mad if you don't get them first try. I may make it look somewhat easy, but these levels are pretty difficult. I just have years of practice, so yeah. Next we have Inky. Inky, honestly, is fairly easy. This is probably the easiest boss in the game. So we'll go ahead and go over Inky. I'll go ahead and look at Slayer's Inky as well. So Inky is really just hold forward if you're on GameCube, of course. Different versions, you get knocked back and can't do this, but for GameCube, you can. So you're just going to go ahead and hold forward, or turn and then hold forward. I will show what direction to press whenever I do it, since I actually have the input viewer, so yeah. But yeah, whenever you rev roll into Inky, whenever you rev roll into Inky, you're just going to keep holding forward. You want to do a full rev roll though. You're just going to hold forward so you can get that double hit. Inky is going to be 2-2-2. He has 3 phases of 2 hits. And every phase, you just rev roll into him and hold forward. That's it. So this phase, again, you're going to rev roll into him and hold forward. Slayer kind of messed up on this phase because he was having some issues. But every phase is the exact same. If you're fast enough, Inky will barely move. Yeah. So there's Slayer's Inky. Pretty good. Had a little bit of an issue, but for the most part, it wasn't bad. Also, you want to press start to skip that final cutscene. So Inky is really just... So, at the beginning here, if you take a look at my input viewer, as soon as you can, you want to press right. This is because if you press right before you press B, Pac-Man will turn to the right, like he will pivot to the right instead of going slowly to the right. So you want to make sure that you do that so you can be lined up with Inky. I also need to exit level because I didn't make a save state. So, yeah. So as soon as you press start, and you see Pac-Man, you see the camera start moving, press right, and then press and hold B. You want to charge a full rev roll. And whenever Inky is almost in front of you, that's when you want to release. That was also a bad spot because Inky moves to the right. So you want to be more to the right of Inky before you let go. So if you're uncomfortable with this, you can wait a bit longer. It's about there. So you can make sure that Inky is in front of you before you rev roll. But that will lose a bit of time. But if you're confident, you can do it. You can rev roll into Inky before he even gets to that spot. But you want to make sure that you're as far to the right, not as far, but like in the middle or like a little bit more to the right than the middle. And hold forward whenever you rev roll into him. If you don't do that, you won't get the double hit, and worse, you'll probably die. But again, all three phases are the same. Every time a new phase starts, you're going to press start, press right, hold the full rev roll, and then release. And that's how you do Inky, and hold forward. And that's it. Well, that was late because I was explaining. But yeah, that's Inky. And there you go. It's that easy. Inky is probably going to be the easiest boss. The other bosses... we'll get there when we get there. Anyway, that's Inky. Inky, if you can't get it, it'll take time and practice. That's going to be it for everything. Just time and practice. Now I move on to Ice River Run. Where things start to get a little complicated. Ice River Run's ice physics are difficult to learn, but you should be able to get them down fairly quickly. You just need to play the level a bit to get kind of used to it, and the strats used. For this, I'm only going to go over the strats that I use because I don't really know any others. And these are pretty much the strats that everyone uses because they're the most streamlined and the most they're the easiest to learn and the most streamlined. I will show a couple of backups here and there, but for the most part I'm just going to go through how I do the level. So well, I'm going to also watch Slayer, but then yes, we'll do that. So here's Slayer's Ice River Run. So what we're going to do, yeah, again, is watch their Slayers run. At the beginning, you want to just hold B. You don't need to move. That's a pretty bad habit I've seen that Slayer does. For the most part, Slayer's run so far is pretty average. His Ice River run's okay so far. And that's really all there is in Ice River Run. That's not supposed to happen. Probably an honest mistake. But yeah, Ice River Run is one of those levels that is weird. It is fun though whenever you get it. It's fun and very satisfying. But yeah, for the most part, this is everything I'm going to go over. Unless I find something huge, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it here.
So what you
With this.
you're just chilling, lurking, some Rocket League or whatever. And you was going for the power pellet that's gonna mess me up. Never mind.
Yeah,
Gosh, my voice sounded terrible.
he-
there.
yeah, this is pretty much how you do Ice River Run. Yeah, it's pretty much straightforward. You just go to the end of the level here. You rev roll to the end of the level. But I will go over, I'll go ahead and go over everything, including some backups and a couple more advanced strats. For the most part though, Ice River Run's very straightforward. It's just going to take practice. So, at the beginning, Ice River Run has a cutscene. You're going to go ahead and press start to skip that. Like I said, at the very beginning, you're going to go ahead, and before you do anything, you're just going to hold B. So you charge a rev roll. Whenever you're fully charged, you're just going to go ahead and just go up the hill. You can take the same path that I do. Trying to explain this path is going to just be, not necessary. Then right here, what you're gonna do is either you're gonna charge a short rev roll, or you're just gonna jump across, whichever is more comfortable for you. And then from here, you're gonna go ahead and rev roll and jump across that little gap of water. If you rev roll correctly and don't bounce, you'll be on the ground, and that'll allow you to jump out of the rev roll. If you're in the air, your rev roll will just stop and you'll die. So honestly, just take practice and eye it. If you see that you're in the air when if you go to press A, go around the pool of water. Otherwise, you're just gonna go ahead and go up here. Actually need to redo that. You're gonna go up here. So what you can do here is two things again. You can just jump across, or you can do a You can do a small rev roll that you press A on to cancel out of, so you don't die. Whichever was better for you. Short rev roll is a little bit faster, but not much. Again, now, moving on, there's two different things you can do here. We're going to move forward a bit because this is going to be a strat called Deformed Rot strat. I don't do this in runs because I've died too many times to it, but if you want to learn it, this is how you do it. You move forward, and you hit off of that rock and make it to this ice platform, and then you're going to jump across. But I died because I didn't do it correctly, apparently. Yeah, you make it to the ice platform, and then you're going to jump across. And from here, you can just go to this platform with a ghost and go up the stairs normally. But the way that I do it, just is safer, is I jump across and go around this ice lake. And then I go up this way. Just because it's safer, and honestly, it doesn't save that much time. So, yeah. And then from here, you're just going to rev roll up this way. You can grab a checkpoint if you want safety, but I don't, just because I'm used to this level. You're going to jump up over to here. Then from here, you're going to go ahead and jump to this rock. So you're going to rev roll forward, and you're going to jump off of the ice out of your rev roll onto this rock. And after this, you're just going to go over to this rock and do the same thing again. You're going to rev roll, go around this pond, and jump onto this big rock. Then after this, you're going to go ahead and rev roll over to this snow. And then when you're on the snow, you can either keep rev rolling on the snow and go up to the point, or the way that I do it is I rev roll back off the snow and then jump to the point. Any way that you get here is fine. If you go too far, you can land on this rock to my left and do a backup, which I'll go ahead and show it. Not now, but if you're here and you're fine and you don't have any issues, from here you're going to rev roll from this spot to this rock. I'd recommend waiting here because that ram, if you go too early, will actually hit you and cancel you out of your rev roll. So the best way to do it is just wait for him to come and then go ahead and rev roll. The backup for this is if you land here for whatever reason, you can rev roll from here to here and then just go up normally. Or you can also just rev roll. Shit, I almost got hit into the water. Or you can just rev roll from here to here and then do it the way that I showed before. And just go from here up to here. Whichever way. The fastest one is if you go to the rock instead of the snow, just roll to the right. If you go to the rock, it's a little bit slower, but for the most part, it's about the same speed. So, yeah. And then right here, what you're going to do is you're going to just jump up the stairs like normal, avoiding ghosts, just so you don't get small little time losses you don't need. There is a slightly fast way of doing this, but it's not necessary. What you can do is if you do this correctly, you can butt bounce right here and save a little bit of time, but not much. It saves the ledge grab, so you don't have to go for it, but if you get it, it's nice. And then from here, you're going to revel from this spot that I'm at right now to the rock that's in front of me, or you can go over here and grab this checkpoint for safety. Whichever way works for you. And then from here, you're going to go ahead and go to this rock. And from this rock, you want to go to the rock past the checkpoint. So this one, not this one. And you also want to try to stay kind of far right, but not too far. That's just so you don't fall into here. But if you're too far to the right, you'll get pushed into the ice fish, take damage, and possibly slide back down this way, or worse, death. But, yeah. And from there, you're going to go ahead and jump to this rock. And then from this rock, you're going to go around. And there's two ways you can do this. The first way that I'll show that I do it is whenever you get to this spot right here, or before, you're going to press A to cancel your rev roll because you're in air. You just got hit up into the air. Then whenever you're here, if you did cancel your rev roll correctly, you're actually going to do this for both ways because, just in case, you're going to go ahead and jump to this small rock that I missed because my input got eaten. You're going to jump to this rock. And from this rock, you're going to go around the big rock and land here, which is the end of the level. Then you're just going to rev roll past this big guy, and then just go into the end of the level. The other way that I'll show, the way Slayer did it, oh gosh, is by doing this. So you're going to do all of this normally, but instead of pressing A here, you're just going to jump onto the big rock, and then just go from this to the end of the level. If you get hit by a snowball, by the way, from one of the snow ghosts, they will change your direction. So you could die. So just try to look out for that. But for the most part, that's how you do Ice River Run. Ice River Run is just so much practice. It's straightforward, but practice. Okay. Next we have Avalanche Alley, which this is a very big run killer for everyone. But yeah, Avalanche Alley. Woo! Avalanche Alley, again, is probably one of the biggest choke points for every single runner, no matter who you are. Avalanche Alley has a lot of resets on it. But I can hopefully show you how to at least improve it. The best way you're going to get good at it is just playing. I'm going to say that over and over again because it's tried and true. Anyway, so as normal, let's go ahead and check out Slayer's Avalanche Alley. I'm expecting a lot of cringing. I've seen it before. No offense, Slayer. Yeah. So, first thing that you want to do when you get into Avalanche Alley is he's holding B. You don't really want to do that. You actually want to walk over to the right. The reason for this is because in the beginning, if you rev roll like this, you actually get shot up in the air, which loses a little bit of time. For the most part, not too important. You can just go ahead and do what Slayer's doing. It maybe wastes, I don't know, less than a second. It's not a lot. And then what you want to do is go and take these angles, these corners tight. The only reason that he's not, I'm assuming, is just because lack of experience. That'll be a lot for this level. Since you're playing in a backwards perspective, you have to know where the pits are. And that's just going to come from learning, unfortunately. I could tell you where they are all day, but it's not going to do you any good. So you will probably die a decent amount on this level, unless you're an experienced runner. Even then, you'll probably die on this level still. Yeah, it's Avalanche Alley is a very memory-based level. So if you don't have the memory, you're not going to be good at it. And you get the memory by playing the game. Yeah, anyway, we'll keep going. Yeah, you just want to avoid the pits. Rev roll as much as you possibly can. I know you could do that to avoid damage, but it's not really faster. Yeah, for the most part, you're just rolling around pits. In this spot, you actually want to roll onto the ice because you get more speed, and you're taking that corner sharp. From this ice, you want to actually go to here, exactly where he is, because if you stay on the ice, you'll lose your rev momentum and then actually be slower. So what we're doing is we're abusing the rev roll speed on ice to allow us to move a little bit faster. So yeah, he apparently didn't do that, but that's fine. You want to rev roll onto the ice, then rev roll off, and then you want to take this as tight as possible while staying on the ice, because you actually do get more rev momentum on top of taking this turn sharper, which overall saves time in anything. For this, it's just rev rolling down. You can hit off of this to get hit straight down into the chain. Slayer, I swear to God, if you missed that Pac-Dot, I would never forgive you for that. I'm kidding. But, you can hit off of that, ice thing, like the hole in the ice, to get hit down to the chain instead of going around it. But if you're not confident in that, going around it's just fine. It's just a small, slight optimization you can do. I will also say, you can skip this Pac-Dot chain. There's not a consistent way to do it, though, so don't do it in runs. That is my TED Talk. Anyway, so as soon as you land, you want to go ahead and start rev rolling again. This level is just rev rolling down the entire level, basically. But for the most part, it's straightforward. Right here, Slayer doesn't do this, but you can rev roll off of this little gap right here to land onto this. But this also works too, just jumping across. You don't have to wait on that. You can just go. I don't think Slayer knows that. Yeah. Just a couple small optimizations. Then from here, what you can do is you rev roll around this chest, and you don't have to stop your rev roll. You can land right here, and if you charge a full rev roll, you won't fall off. It'll feel like you will. And your anxiety will probably get really high, but you'll be fine. You won't fall off. Slayer stops because he doesn't know that you don't have to. But yeah, you don't have to stop your rev roll. You can keep going and be fine. Just that, you know, very anxious. Very anxiety. Much angsty. Angsty? Yeah, you know what? It's fine. From here, you're going to rev roll from the edge of that cliff and go on to the second platform and land there. From here, what you should do is then butt bounce or just jump onto this crate. But what I do is I butt bounce on the snow and then flip kick and then land on the crate. Let's see what he does. He gets the checkpoint and then goes on the crate. Or accidentally breaks the crate. I think I was there for that actually in a stream. But you can do that too. If you're not comfortable, you can get the checkpoint first. But if you rev roll off the box, which you normally do, you grab the checkpoint while you rev roll on the ice platforms. And I will show that off again. If you break this box by accident, do not try and rev roll onto the ice. Just jump across and take it like normal. And which he does, because he's already done this before. If you rev roll off of this and hit the ice, you will die. Plain and simple. So you're just gonna walk across and jump normally. And for this, oh yeah, I was here for this. For this section, there's like a glitch that happens. It happens 90% of the time where whenever you butt bounce, you'll go straight down and you won't be able to move. What you want to do is always plan for this. So that means beat over every single Butane that you're going to butt bounce. in these 3 rows, because there's the first one that he just hit, there's the second one that he missed, and then there's one more after the ice platforms. If you don't plan for this and it happens, you will die and you lose time. So it's better to just plan for it and take the less than a second time loss. Even world record runners plan for it. But yeah, I think since he respawned, the box respawned. So the normal strat for this is just rev rolling off the box. And you can rev roll onto the ice platforms, get your rev roll speed on top of getting more speed on the ice. And yeah. So you want to go ahead and, again, for these doings, you want to be over them before you butt bounce. Because if you don't, and you get the glitch, you'll die. So again, it's always better to just plan for that little small time loss than to die and take like a 30-second time loss. Or more, depending on where you die. It only happens in this level, and it only happens on this ice platform section. So don't worry about anywhere else. But for the most part, yeah. It's not a huge time loss, and it's better to plan for it. Moving on. After you butt bounce off of this doing, you're going to go ahead and go over the ice platform and butt bounce. That's because it shoots you forward because you're slipping. So yeah. And then right here, it also happens. I always have it here, no matter what I do. So again, yeah, even I think Slayer actually has it here. You're just gonna be over this doing and let your stick go neutral until you hit it, and then you're gonna move forward and move over to this this cliff. Yeah, and then after you land here, you're gonna go ahead and do our first what is known as a wind boost. So from these blowing ice statues, they blow wind out, which actually gives Pac-Man a boost, which lets him go very far with his rev rolls. And this is the main gimmick of this level for speedrunning. And this is the thing that kills most people's runs. Because wind boosts are not fun. They may look fun, but they'll kill your fucking run. So what happens here is Slayer is, instead of just taking the ramp normally, he is waiting for the wind to come out and then letting go of his rev roll. And you want to have a full rev roll here, by the way. If you don't, you will more than likely die. After he charges his full rev roll, he's going to let go of it, hit the wind, and get shot forward. This skips a whole section that you'd normally have to do, but since he did it this way, you don't have to do it. He lands in front of rams, which these we will have to wait for to do a skip later. You don't have to do the skip, but it saves a small amount of time, about a second, and it's kind of free to do. Beginners, I would recommend that you don't, unless like you know what you're doing, because yeah, you can die from it, and this is a pretty big time loss. Anyway, so Slayer got what's known as double activation right here. What that means is both rams are rev rolling and charging up their own rev rolls to rev roll into Pac-Man. Most of the time you'll get what's known as single activation, which means only one rev roll will start. Sorry, rev ram will start. Single activation is where one rev ram starts rev rolling at you instead of both. And both of these are different timings, so you need to be careful and know how many rams you've activated. For the most part, you'll know. Like, for 90% of the time, you'll know if you got one or two. So from here, what you're going to do, if he does it, he doesn't. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to wait out these rams, because if you don't, they'll get in your way. Even if you do one ram, you want to wait. If you do single activation and then get the second one. you want to wait because they will screw you up and can possibly kill you.
Going for double activation.
So, then what you do, and this is what's known as path skip. There's two ways of doing this, and I will show it off whenever I do it as well. There's a way that Slayer does it, which is if you go back here and go high up, there's actually a little spot of snow right here that you can rev roll off of and make it over here. Otherwise, the normal way of doing it is standing about here and rev rolling off of this snow and using it as like a terrain boost. And this is really the first instance of a terrain boosted rev roll. So really what happens here is you're going to rev roll and then hold left, and this actually sends Pac-Man up instead of down. And this makes Pac-Man go higher, and he can reach further ledges. So for instance, if you would just rev roll from here and try to go over, you wouldn't make it. But since the snow is here, Pac-Man can use it to his advantage and actually gain height. This is possible in other levels, but it's mostly used here. And in, I think, the lava levels, but we'll get there when we get there. So for here, yeah, again, Slayer's up on a higher piece of snow that actually lets him get over here without having to do the terrain boost. But normally, for the faster strat, you do the terrain boost, but it's like a slightly slower. The only payoff is that you really don't have to wait for the rams. It's just, it's hit or miss. I've actually died many times not waiting for the rams, but I did get a gold where I didn't wait for the rams and made it. So it is faster. It's just, I'll show you when we get there
I'm like a 42
in the run.
for double activation.
But yeah, for now, this final fucking cave, man. Okay. So, here's the first instance of a wind boost in this cave. The cave wind boosts are the biggest run killers that you'll probably come across as an early runner. As an advanced, they're still pretty well known. So, what you want to do for this first wind boost, you want to make sure that you hit this ice to get Pac-Man's ice rev momentum, and then roll into this wind.
Just never know where to...
The reason for that is because you actually get shot really far into this cave. If you do it far enough, you could actually die from it. And it's just pretty much somewhat random if you're gonna die or not. So, there are directions to hold, but specifically what directions, I don't know. I know for the first wind boost in the cave, I hold down and left or left, and that works for me. You also can stop your rev roll, and that will stop your momentum, so you can fall, but it won't completely stop you. So there's a chance you'll survive it, and there's a chance you won't. It's just one of those things that can or cannot happen. But you can stop your rev roll, and it'll stop your momentum. Pretty much dead in its tracks. But if you get hit off of a wall or something and get spiked, it's not going to help you. But if you're in like dead air and you press A and stop your rev roll, you'll go straight down instead of keep going forward. So it's up to you if you want to do wind boosts. They save a lot of time, but they do kill runs. You're not required to do them, but, you know, time save. So, I don't know. It's one of those things you'll just have to mess with, unfortunately. You can do a wind boost on this guy, and this one's actually safe. Slayer actually did one, but he didn't do it correct. He was almost there, which I'll show. This one's free. I have never died from this one, so if you go for any of them, just go for this one. So then here's coming up which coming up here is what's called chain skip. Well, this technically would be second chain skip since you can skip the first one, but cave chain skip. First chain in the cave skip. Yeah, that one. For this roll, really all you do is just stand where he's standing and hold down left. Slayer. Okay, he didn't die, but yeah, no. That's not really how you do that roll. I'll show it off. That is still a way you can do it, but you can also very easily die from that roll. Anyway, then from here, you probably want to grab the checkpoint. That's probably a good idea to do. Because I've had a bunch of runs where I've died in this cave and had to go back to the very beginning. It's been fun. But you don't have to grab the checkpoint if you want to be ballsy or if you want to save like a second. And from here, it's hard to explain. You can revel from the checkpoint to here in one roll. And from there, you can roll to about here-ish. And then from there, or you can just follow Slayer's video too. You can revel from this guy and hold left, and you will go behind another blower. These guys are kind of changed depending on the runner's preference. But you can go really far with this guy and then basically have the same amount of time save. Or you can go use the second one and go about the same time. Like it's like the same. There's almost no difference in using both of them or either of them. So it's up to runner preference. But yeah, so I actually don't know what Slayer does. Oh, he does use this one. So what he does is he hits off that one just enough to get hit behind him. And then from here, he rerolls into... What the hell was that one? Anyway, he rerolls into that one boost and then takes down to the cave. He goes down to the cave right here. Which, yeah. This is the main reason you use wind boost, because you go very far. And saves a decent chunk of time. Which is why, even though it's a huge choking point, runners still go for it, because it's worth it.
It's nice in the regard that
This final wind boost, though, this one I'm still trying to figure out. I don't actually know what angle to hold for this one. But I will say, if you skip any wind boost, this would probably be the one to skip. You die a lot from this wind boost. But I'm not exactly sure what direction to hold. I'll probably mess with it a bit whenever I go through the level. But for the most part, this would be the blower to skip. Although you can use it, and if you get it, great, it's a time save. But if you die, this is the one that loses the most time. Since you're the first in the level. So it's a give and take. It's runner preference at that point. It doesn't save enough time to really, really warrant going for it. If you do all the other wind boosts and only don't do this one, it may be about 5 to 15 second time loss. If you die, it's about a 30 to 40. So I don't know. You can go for it. You can learn it. Just, hey. But yeah. Do not, I repeat, do not butt bounce out of this chain. If you do, you will soft lock, and that means you'll have to exit level and restart from the very beginning. It has happened before to many, many, many people, including me. Do not butt bounce out of this chain. And I will tell you why you don't want to do this. The reason you don't want to do this is because because whenever you land, you'll hit the activation point for this, which is the level end portal. With the level end portal, after you touch the collision with it, after you make contact with it, you can't move. So if you butt bounce here, you can't change your butt bounce angle at all. And what happens is you butt bounce, this is sloped, so you actually get shot back a little bit, and that makes Pac-Man ledge grab. Since the victory animation can't be played, and since you can't get up or press B to die, the only option is to press start and exit level, or just do a new run. I'd prefer the new run option for that. For that time loss, you're more than welcome to do a new run. That's like a 2.5, that's almost a 3-minute time loss just because you pressed A. Also, I'll go ahead and explain this here too, and I'll explain it at the end of my run through with this game, or with this level, sorry. If you, how am I gonna explain this? There's a thing in this game called butt bounce storage. This occurs when you press A and B at the same time when you're in the air. Basically, if you do a butt bounce and a flip kick at the same time, what happens during this is the flip kick takes priority over the butt bounce. So your butt bounce is stored for the next time that you jump. So whenever you jump next, you will do a frame perfect butt bounce. So if you have butt bounce storage on this chain, and it happens at the end of the chain, you soft lock. So just make sure you don't have it. The easiest way to check for this is before you jump into the chain, do a jump. If you don't butt bounce, you don't have it. If you do butt bounce, you have it. So if you have it and then it works before the chain, it's gone. If you butt bounce, if you jump and then frame perfect butt bounce without pressing the A button a second time, you got rid of your butt bounce storage. So yeah, if you're really that nervous about it, then just jump before the chain. That's it. That's how you know you will not have butt bounce storage. With that, let's get into the run through. So, Avalanche Alley. Favorite level. Not really. Alright. No, okay, I'm good. Okay. So like I said, for the starting of this level, what you want to do is, you can do this, which is just rev-rolling off of here. That's completely fine. But what you can do for a little bit of time save is you can walk over to here on this downward slope and rev roll, and that'll make Pac-Man go downward and hit the ground faster. And then from here, you're just gonna make sure your rev rolls are as close to the wall as possible. That's how you save the most time here. And if you hug this wall, for the first little bit, you will not die. So you're just gonna hug this wall. You want to make sure that you're not too close because you'll get stuck in this gap and lose a little bit of time. So you want to kind of like hold, like down right, but more down to not get trapped in there. And then from here, when you see the strawberry right here, you want to then turn left out of your rev roll, because if you don't, you'll fall into the pit. It's just that plain and simple. See? If you don't look for that strawberry, you'll fall into the pit. When you see that strawberry, uh-oh. Well, I wasn't ready for that. When you see that strawberry, you're gonna turn left, and you're gonna land around here. When you land here, you can just rev roll from basically wherever you land, make it across. Whenever you... Well, okay, I'll explain that really quickly. What just happened was that I pressed B and started rev rolling on the same frame that I touched ice. This makes Pac-Man move forward, like slipping on ice, but also charging a rev roll. This is actually very fast, and if you do get it, it does save time, because you get technically rev roll momentum times like 1.5. It's a little bit faster than normal because you're already moving forward, so your momentum is kind of stacked. Regardless, if you can't go for it, it's fine. Anyway, so about here, if you rev roll a little bit, if you do a tiny rev roll to like the bottom of this part, and if you rev roll down here, you won't take fall damage. If you don't do this precaution, you will take fall damage and lose a bit of time because of the fall damage animation. Okay, so I'll go back here a little bit and kind of just show, what I mean. So for instance, I'll go over the, yeah, you can also go over that if you rev roll over it. I'll go over that and rev roll down here. No fall damage. But if I don't do that, and I just do it somewhat normally and avoid the hole, I didn't take fall damage. Anyway, if you do it too wide, you will. So it's just best to roll over that hole. If you don't think you're gonna make it over, then just go to the right. Go to the right and do a small rev roll, and then rev roll down. If you take fall damage there, it is a small time loss, but not too big. But you can easily avoid it just by doing a short rev roll before you rev roll, or just walking forward a little bit. But yeah, small little time save. But then from here, you want to do not a full rev roll, but like, I don't know how to describe it. Like half, maybe less of a rev roll. So you can get down to about here. And the reason you want to do that is because when you do a full rev roll from here and you rev roll down, you'll hit the ice, and that'll increase your speed a little bit. And then yeah, like Slayer did, you want to hold down and kind of like turn a little bit so you don't like, go straight into the snow, but you do want to be able to like angle yourself so you're still looking at the ice. And with the ice, you want to stay as close to the chasm as possible without falling in. And the reason for this is because, one, it's a tighter corner, and two, you're on the ice, so you have more momentum. Then, from here, you're just going to rev roll down. When you land here, you can either do what I said earlier, which is rev roll on the side of the hole, or rev roll around it. For time's sake, I'm only going to show one, which is rev rolling on, so like that. You can rev roll on, and you'll get hit up, and you can go into the Pac-Dot. Small little time save, but yeah. You can skip this chain, like I said. Don't go for it in a run, unless you're doing a low percent run, but even then, nah. It's not worth it. It saves maybe 2 to 3 seconds, and you can die and lose a lot of time for it. Anyway, as soon as you land, you want to go ahead and charge another rev roll. When you get down about here, Pac-Man will slide a little bit if you're in the right spot, so just be a little careful of that. It doesn't really matter that much. Just be aware of it, and yeah. Then from here, you're going to rev roll down, like down right, so you kind of hug this wall a little bit. And then you're going to rev roll over this pit because there's a little lip right there that actually hits you up. If you're not comfortable with this, you can go around the hole. This is a small little time save. The main key to this level is staying as close to the wall as possible. Because that means you're taking your turns as tight as possible, which saves time, on top of not overcharging your rev rolls. Yeah, then from here, like I said earlier, you can just take the strawberry platform. I'll make a save state here. It's fine. So you can take this platform and make it over. Hold on. Oh wait, no, you can do this. You can do that. You can rev roll and hit off the platform, make it to the melon platform. You can do it this the way Slayer did it, which is just wait for it to fall and then go. If you butt bounce on a falling pillar, it'll immediately start falling. So it's a small time save, but yeah. The best way to do it is doing it this way, because you can just do a small rev roll off the side there and land on this platform. Oh, and this platform doesn't fall, by the way. Oh, it does, but just really late, apparently. But yeah, so then from here, you can rev roll from here over to here. Like I said, you won't die from your rev roll, but I walked off. But yeah, from this point right here, you will not die if you fully charge a rev roll. You won't. The reason for that is just because you have just enough time in your rev roll to make it. And that was basically a full rev roll, so yeah. And then from here, what you're going to do is you're going to rev roll over to this ice platform. And then from this ice platform, like I said, I butt bounce on the snow and make it on top of the crate. If you don't want to do that, you can... Oops. That was my bad. If you don't want to do that, you can just jump on the crate. But bouncing and kickflipping is the same speed, so it doesn't waste your save any time doing it either way. It's just preference. But you do want to land on the box. If you're not comfortable and want to get the checkpoint just for safety reasons, you can go ahead, grab the checkpoint first, and then land on the box. From here, you're going to rev roll here. You're gonna rev roll on like the tip of this corner, because you can actually control yourself enough to not die, especially since the ice pillars are diagonal instead of just straight forward. So you can control Pac-Man along with his already really fast rev momentum to get more onto the ice. Oh, I should probably also show this really quickly when I'm thinking about it. If you do it this way and you want to get the checkpoint, you can rev roll into the checkpoint and get it through your rev roll. And then here, like I said, always plan for that glitch. I don't know what it's called, but always plan for it. For these three bedewings, these three super bedewings in the ice platform section, always make sure you are over the bedewing. If not, and you die, don't say I didn't warn you. Yeah, always make sure you're over them. If you don't, you have a very high chance of dying. Yeah, and then this is just holding forward, really, and I just turn the camera because it's easier. You can turn Pac-Man, but Then for here, like I said, so you see right there, actually, there's a really good example of it. I lost all of my momentum, and I was holding forward. That's the glitch I'm talking about. You'll just go straight down. And if you're not over bedewing, you'll just die and you can't do anything about it. But anyway, you then butt bounce on this bedewing and go up right here. From here, I'll see if I can do differences between double activation, single activation, and the way that Slayer does pab skip. But we'll see. Anyway. So yeah, oops, don't die, please. What you want to do here, like I said, is wait for the smoke. If you don't think you're going to do a full rev roll in time, don't risk it. Just wait for the next one. They're very quick, and you'll maybe waste a second. Maybe. You may waste less than a second. So yeah, you're going to wait for the smoke, and when you see the smoke, you're going to let go of your rev roll, and then just hold forward and go over to this platform. And this is going to be single activation. So that means the rev ram to my right is the only one that's rev rolling towards me right now. The one in front of me is looking at me, but it's not rev rolling. So what I'm going to try and do here is show... Yeah, it'll work. Oops. Well, it would have worked. If I didn't hit that rev roll, that rev ram, I would have made it over to the other ice section, which is slightly faster. Not slightly. It's a pretty decent amount faster than waiting for the second rev ram, because whenever you do single activation, normally what you do is wait for both rev rams to charge at you, which is slow because, well, yeah, you have to wait. But with this way of doing it, you have a chance of dying a pretty decent sized one, because it is somewhat random where the rams go, and you have to plan around it. But if you don't wait for the rams, you do save time. But if you do wait for the rams, you lose a little bit more time, but you're guaranteed to do your pap skip. I mean, otherwise, that's pretty much it. Even for double activation, it's the same thing. You can go for the instant one, which is Slayer's way of doing it, or you can do it the normal way, which I'll go ahead and show. I didn't make a save state. Yay. Okay, I'll make a save state now. I think this will be double activation, actually. Yeah, it is. No, it's... Wow, that's just barely single activation then. Holy shit. Nice. But yeah, this is what happens if you do pab skip too late. You just get fucked by rams, basically. Anyway, so, yeah. I was trying to show off what you'd be able to do with Slayers, but, that's pretty much how you do it. So I'm gonna wait for this ram this time, but then, yeah, you can just go and make it here. So, that's how you do that strat. It's not really Slayer's way of doing it. It was known before, but still. I'm just saying it's Slayer's because that's where I saw it first done. So you don't have to wait for the rams. It's a bit risky, but it is faster. Or, the other way of doing it is the normal way, which is, if you stand right here and wait for the rams, then you have a free open shot of doing your pab skip. That was bad. I haven't done it this way in a bit, actually. You gotta hold more left. If you don't, that's gonna happen. Alright, come on. There we go. So yeah, you have to hold more left here, because you actually have to ride up the snow like that. And that's how you do pab skip normally. If you get single activation, you have to listen and wait out for both rev rams to do their roll. If you get double, you only have to listen for it once, and you'll see both rams in front of you. Very simple. And if you don't feel comfortable doing pab skip, I will show you the normal way of doing it, which is just doing this. And that's the normal way of doing it. But just, you know, an FYI, a little bit of disclaimer. If you do it this way, you're a pussy-ass bitch, because you're skipping being a pussy-ass bitch with pab skip. Anyway, it doesn't really matter which way you do it. But, yeah, that's what the skip's called. It's called pussy-ass bitch skip. You don't have to do it. It saves a little bit of time, but, yeah. If you're not comfortable with it, honestly, don't do it. I'd rather be called a pab and have a 42 than not be called a pab and reset my run. Avalanche Alley. So, yeah. Anyway, moving on. So we're going into the cave now. Yay. Going to the cave. So, the cave. So this wind boost. I hold down left for this wind boost. And I try to... wow, okay. I try to hit off the walls a little bit to go a little bit further, because terrain boosting with these is pretty important to get extra distance. But if you want to play it safe, just hold down. Yeah, so this wind boost, actually is a pretty good one. This actually wasn't gone for before because no one knew how to use it correctly, and I figured it out. So this is how you do it. Don't be upset. Frogs writing in chat about me teaching people how to not do pap skip. Anyway, so this wind boost, what you want to do with it is you want to aim into the wind boost. So you want to hit the booster. And this makes it so where the wind will push you further while also giving you more speed. So like this. That is the first time I got that bit good of a wind boost and died from it. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, that's how you use that wind boost. Be careful, apparently. I haven't died from it before, but that was the best wind boost that I've actually seen anyone get from that one. Wow. Okay. Alright then. But yeah, this is about normally what you would get, but still. Okay. So this chain skip, I've actually seen people have issues with it. It's really easy. All you gotta do with this is you rev roll into the wall and hold down left. That's it. That's all you do. And for safety, if you don't feel comfortable doing this, you can just grab the Pac-Dot. But, you know, it's slow. Anyway, so, this section, anyway, oops, shit. But yeah, so I'll go back and show it off. From the checkpoint, you can make it to here. And that's probably normally what you want to do if you grab a checkpoint. If not, then you'll land somewhere around here. And from here, you're gonna rev roll to about here, and then don't do another rev roll, because if you do, you'll go too far. So again, there's two ways you can do this wind boost. First of all, you don't have... Oh, that was way too... way too low. Okay. You don't have to do a full rev roll. Yeah, you don't have to do a full rev roll to get to here, which saves a bit of time because you spend less time charging a rev roll. And then from here, I've had this happen in a run. It sucks. Yeah, I died. I'm dead. It sucks, so be careful of that. You're going to want to stay as close to the wind boost as possible, or the blower as possible. Just so that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen to me often. It happened once, but yeah, it does happen. And then from this blower, you're actually going to hold down and right. And that'll get you to here. And the other way of doing this is instead of using that other wind blower, you can just use this one and just hold right the entire time. Right, I forgot how to do this. You hold right until the end. Then you hold straight, because that's over the bridge. I forgot that you go that far. But yes. Or that too. But, yeah, that's how you use that wind boost. So, yeah, you can do either one. It's up to preference. But otherwise, this wind boost is my favorite. I fucking hate this one. So, with this one, all I've learned to do is hold down. Like, down, right-ish. Because, like, it's... Holding any other direction basically goes to your death. But for the most part, I've seen good results with holding down left. You can try other directions, see what works best for you, or down right, sorry. You can try other directions, see what works best for you, but yeah, that can happen too. Or, you know, just be smart and do this. You don't have to go for it. Wow, crazy. You do lose a bit of time not going for it, but you do keep your run. So, it's just up to you to decide... That was bad. To decide... Frog's booing me. It's up to you to decide if you want to take the risk. For the most part, basically every runner does, but, you know, if you're on a really good run and you can't get this wind boost for whatever reason, then, you know, you don't have to take it. Then there's this section. You can, if you're really comfortable and are confident in your rev rolling skills, for this part, I'm not going to go back because I don't want to do that wind boost again. For this part, you can rev roll here, and you have enough control over your rev roll to rev roll from here to here, and even hit this and go to here. But, so, like I said about the budbound storage, if you have it, I now do have it, and I will save state and show you exactly what happens if you have butt bounce storage on this chain. If you grab this Pac-Dot chain with butt bounce storage, you butt bounce and you soft lock. As you can see, I'm pressing every button and I can't do anything. The only thing I can do is press start and exit level or restart my console. That's it. That happens. Yeah, the best thing to do with butt bounce storage is just jump before the chain if you're really that paranoid about it, and then grab the chain, because you'll get rid of it. Otherwise, though, that's Avalanche Alley. The most reset-heavy level for basically every runner. Of all levels, I mean. It's probably the most widely reset level. There are more reset levels for different skill levels. Like, it's probably like 5th for world record runners, but for beginners and just overall, it's definitely Avalanche Alley is like the most reset one. So, yeah, practice Avalanche Alley. You will not regret it. Whew. Anyway, now we move on to Blade Mountain. Blade Mountain is straightforward, quite literally. Honestly, I don't even think I'm going to go through Slayer's video because I already know that he does it decently. So I'm going to go ahead and just go through it because it's really simple. Well, simple, but to get a decent time, it's simple. So, in Blade Mountain, you're gonna want to hold forward on the stick and try to keep Pac-Man as straight as possible. Because whenever Pac-Man's hands are behind his back, like this, he's going at his full speed. So you want to try to keep Pac-Man looking like this for as long as possible. And that's really how you save the most time in this level, with a couple of ramp skips here and there, which I'll go over, but I don't recommend doing it for beginners, except for one, and I will tell you which one. So, first of all, you just, go through the level. I'm not good at Avalanche Alley, but for the most part, you want to try and keep Pac-Man his hands behind his back and just keep going, you know? Cruise a little bit. This is kind of why I didn't want to look at Slayer's Blade Mountain. It's gonna look pretty similar to this. So, coming up here is a ramp that we can actually skip if we're going fast enough. For beginners, do not do this. It's not worth it. For more advanced players, if you want to save a couple seconds here and there, if you're going fast enough, you can just not jump on this ramp. And it saves time because you're not jumping in the air. So again, your horizontal momentum is being saved and not being transferred to vertical. Plus, with this level, you want to get on the ground as fast as possible because you actually lose speed while you're in the air. So, yeah. It's definitely one of those levels that you need to practice. And then there's another one right here. I'm not going to make this, am I? Nope. I think I save stated. I was way too close to the wall there. Okay, here we go. This will work. Yeah. You do that, and you don't, jump. But this one, you have to jump. So this one also you can do. Like this. But yeah. So all three of those that I just showed off, if you're a beginner, do not do these. If you have a time that is 50 or above, do not do these. Slayer, I'm looking at you. Specifically. Alright, so the next... this one... this is the slide skip everyone should do. Or ramp skip everyone should do. It's very easy and it's free. I will show when not to do it as well, because there is a chance of dying at it if you're not going fast enough. So, for now, what you want to do is go to the right side of this wall, and then you want to jump on the ramp, and then just hold forward, and you'll make it. And that skips that ramp while also cutting your turn as short as possible. You don't want to do this skip if you get hit by a stalactite and lose all of your momentum. And I'll do it on purpose, like this. Well, this one I'm just dead. But in general, if I get hit by a stalactite near the end, I'm not going to have enough momentum to even make the jump. Wow. To make slide skip, ramp skip, Jesus. So you kind of have to know if you're not going fast enough. So like, for instance, this is not fast enough to make it. It's not fast enough normally anyway, so yeah. You see my point. If you're not going fast enough, don't go for ramp skip. But if you're going as fast as I am right now, which is basically full speed, you'll make it. If you're not comfortable, you can just take the ramp. But for the most part, this is very free. And you can easily go for this. And then, this one you have to jump no matter what. This is another one that you can skip. So, boop. But that one's way tighter, but you can skip it. And then this one, you can't, so you have to jump it. This ramp coming up, I will say, if you go full speed on this ramp, you will overshoot it and die. So what you want to do with this one is kind of like, so what I do is I kind of move a little bit, not a lot, but just enough to where I'm not going full speed, just so I can make sure that I will make this jump. Because what happens is you overshoot this ice platform and land right here in the water and die. And it's a slow death too, because you actually go under the freezer, which is what it's called, or under the ice water, because you're going so fast. So you actually have to wait a full 3-ish seconds to die instead of the normal like 1.5. So yeah, this final cave is just avoiding holes. That's really it. You can take some jumps and take turns tight. For the most part, just avoid the holes. It's that simple. Yeah. Blade Mountain's not a difficult level to learn. Doing it well and fast, that's different. Yeah. I didn't look at Slayers because I know Slayers is decent, and the only time Debbie has is just trying to keep Pac-Man with his hands behind his back as much as possible. But yeah, Blade Mountain's not a hard level. Most people get it first try. You can also skip this jump, but I don't, because it's so close. Like, you almost die because this jump is so tight. But you skip all the other ones if you're doing them anyway. So yeah, but beginners only do the one where you completely avoid the ramp. Don't do the ones where you have to go as fast as possible, because if you do those and you miss, you lose a lot of time, and it's not worth it. Only if you're going for fast times or you're confident enough should you go for them. Oof. Alright. Pinky. Pinky is... I don't know how to describe Pinky. She's difficult, but also not. Like, you can do Pinky pretty easily, but there's just that one time that you screw up once, and then everything goes to shit with Pinky. So, yeah. And his Pinky is okay. There's a couple things you can improve here. For the most part, that's a pretty good safe Pinky. I'll go ahead and go in and show how I do Pinky and a couple advanced things that you could learn if you wanted to. And I guess a backup if I can get it. Although you probably won't get this, like, ever. But if you do, yeah. Alright. So, Pinky. So, Inky is the same thing as Inky. On every single phase, you're going to tap right on your control stick before you press B, so Pac-Man turns to the right. And this is so that you can be lined up with the ramp to hit Pinky on. On phase 1, you can do a double hit, but for anyone in any skill level, if you do not know how to do the double hit on phase 1 Pinky, learn it before you do it in runs if you really want to do it. It is pretty difficult, and you want to make sure you have it down, because if you don't, you'll lose, time you don't need to. So, I'll go ahead and show phase 1 double hit Pinky, and then I'll show without phase 1 double hit Pinky. So, like I said, you're going to press right and do your double hit. Or, you're going to press right and hit Pinky once, go back to the main platform. You want to make like a circle kind of thing, like a half circle with your stick. Go back to the main platform, press A to cancel your rev roll, and do a short little rev roll into Pinky for the second hit. For this phase, it's the same thing. You're just going to press right on your stick, hold B for the full rev roll, and then just hold forward. So you do get the double hit on Pinky. On phase 3, you're going to press right on the stick, do a full-ish rev roll, and then press A to cancel your rev roll, and you're going to rev roll into Pinky again. So I'll do that now. I'll also make a save state just so I can go back and show. So immediately when I unpause, I'm going to press right, and then whenever I see the camera zoom out a little bit, I'm going to let go of my rev roll, and you want to be on the top of this ramp, because if you're not, you will hit Pinky's side, and she will hurt you, like that. So, again, let me redo that, like that. So I hit her in the side, and then whenever I did that, she hit me back towards the platform, so I pressed A to cancel my rev roll, so I can land pretty quickly. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to charge a full rev roll, so I can hit Pinky twice, and do the same exact thing for phase 4. So, in real time, I will go back and do phase 3 and phase 4 Pinky. That is not Pinky. That was bad. Let me redo that. and that is how you do Pinky. There really isn't much else to it. The only thing I will mention is there is a backup you can do if it happens, but it's very rare. I will see if I can get it. Give me a sec. If I can, I will show it. I don't think I will. I'll just explain it. If you revel into Pinky, and she is in a way to where you go up too high on Pinky, to where you're like able to jump and stand on her head or on her eye, the backup for that is to jump and butt bounce on her dome. Because it's faster than charging a Revel, and her eye and her head have very interesting hitboxes. So just jumping up and hitting her dome is the best backup for that. But it's very rare, and if it does happen to you, that's the backup. Otherwise, that's Pinky. Just practice Pinky. Pinky seems difficult. You'll probably have trouble with her at the beginning, but after a bit, it gets a little bit easier. Anyway, on to the fun levels. Okay. Into the Volcano. Into the Volcano is pretty technical. It had a lot of terrain boosts and just like unorthodox movement. Same with Magma Opus and Volcanic Panic. Most of this movement you'll probably not do for the rest of the run. Again, it's just kind of out there. I don't know how to describe it. You'll see whenever you see it in a second. But it is fun. You can't do the normal way of doing things, and you go for really dumb things that save almost no time, but can kill your run. You know, maybe you should go for the things that easily save time. Alright, so ITV. Honestly, one of my favorite speedrunning levels. So, ITV is, like we already saw, it's pretty weird in comparison to other levels. There's more Revel-based movement, but you also have, like, normal movement, I guess. It's like a mixture of both, but it's hard to do if you're new, because you have to know everything, like just how the movement feels and everything to do ITV. Hell, ITV, Volcanic Panic, and MO good. Why did I say Volcanic Panic? I don't know. All the lava levels good. Like, the lava levels are really what show how much you know about the physics of this game. So these are going to be like your heavy reset points for the longest time. Anyway, let's get started. So, like I said before, ITV, as soon as you start, like a little earlier, you can actually turn around while the screen is black and hold B, and that'll let you turn around and start rev-rolling immediately. So that's a small time save over what Slayer did. I actually need to do this perfectly because, oh fuck, because I actually have a cycle I'm trying to make. Did I not? There we go. It's hard to do this for the save state. Then yeah, and then here, you're going to hold right because you actually do go up the wall. And then you're going to land there. And from the checkpoint, so like I said, you can do this in one roll. From the checkpoint, you're going to go ahead and roll and hit the side of this wall and land on that ice pillar. And then you're going to go from that ice pillar to the floating platform to this one. And then, since I'm far away from the platform, I actually do have to wait until it starts moving back this way, and then I can jump on it. And I want to try and land in the corner, but not so far that I'll actually, like, hit the wood. You want to land, like, kind of a little bit further. So I'm a little bit too far close to the center for this to be, like, good. You want to be, like, a little bit further back than where I am now. So, yeah. From here, what you want to do is, like I said, if you're right here and do it, it'll work. But if you're back further, actually that worked, but still, you need to be careful with that rev roll, because I have seen a lot of people die here, and I have died here a lot myself. Oh. Okay, well, that works, and that's faster. So, there's that, I guess. It's like slightly faster. It's not like that much faster. I just did not know that was possible. But yeah, anyway, there's that. Then yeah, after you land on the platform I just did, you want to jump to this one, and then you want to hit right here, basically. And whenever you hit here, that'll hit you forward to here. And then, like I said before, you want to make sure that you don't slide, because if you slide, you 90% of the time will die. And then from here, you can do a rev roll, and you can actually move with the current with your rev roll to build speed and make your rev roll further. So what I'm going to do is when I'm in the water, I'm actually going to hold forward and right. It's like this. And that actually builds speed, so you can go a little bit further with your rev roll. I'll do it again, but better this time. That was actually... okay. Do it again, but better this time. Thanks, Ghost. I'm gonna wait just so I can show it. There we go. So you can go all the way to here with that, which is pretty far. And then from here, what you can do... there's two things. If you're not confident and like ability and such, what you could... did I not... did that save? Okay, that was fast. What you can do is you can walk to right... I didn't press A. I fat fingered it, but you can walk to right here, and then from here you can rev roll and hit the top of that ramp. But if you're not confident with that, you can just jump right here and revel like normal. And this part is hard to explain. If you are too close to this terrain, apparently you make it. Oh, also for this, you actually have to be up here and looking up for this to work. I think this is easier than you think. Well, more so I'm trying to show why it doesn't work, because I have died for this before. I don't know how to make it not work. You know what? Just wherever you land from the platform, from here, wherever you land from here, just revel into the terrain and you'll be fine. That was cool. Never done that before. Okay. And then from here, what you want to do is you can revel off the top of this ramp, but that's kind of slow. And like I said before, if you revel off the side, that was a little low. Around here, you'll save a bit of time and go a little bit further. And here is where paths start to diverge just a tiny bit. What you can do here is you can rev roll. So from right here, you can rev roll into like this little pouch right here, and that'll actually hit you over to here. It'll hit you up and over. So like this. Like that. Or you can, oops. Or you can just butt bounce across this, or just jump and do that. If you just want to look cool, do it. If you don't want to look cool and you want to get runs done, just do it normally. This does save about a second though, but still, yeah. Like it's kind of free, you know? But anyway. So, whenever you're here, if you land here, you can land here, here, or there. Yeah, you are bad frogs. It's okay. So there's a couple things you can do. One thing is if you land right here, instead of just jumping across, you can just rev-roll off the side of this button, or just rev-roll in general, I guess. Rev-roll off the side of the button and make it to here. Or, if you land here, you can rev-roll off like that little like curve and get hit up. But if you go, you have to do it like pretty tight and on the edge. If you don't do it on the ledge, you'll get hit down. If you do it right on the ledge, you'll get hit up and over this way. So, saves a little bit of time. Or, I mean, you can just do this normally too. So, it's just up to preference. This next spot, Slayer did the thing that I found. It saved a little bit of time, but really, if you're not confident and you don't know how rev rolls work and terrain boosting works in this game, you probably shouldn't go for it. It does not save that much time. So first, I will show the normal way of doing this, which is you jump here, wait for this to fall, jump over here, wait for this to fall, and then make it here. What I did just, by the way, what I did just there was, I guess we call it hitboxing, but really what it is I used Pac-Man's butt bounce hitbox to, not have to grab the ledge here, so I actually saved a small amount of time. You can do this. The only problem is that if you do this and expect the butt bounce, and you kickflip out of the butt bounce, if you ledge grab instead and press B, you'll let go of the ledge and die. I had that happen in a run today, in a really good run, Haunted Boardwalk, and it sucked. But anyway, and then you can either just jump across to here, or you can do a rev roll to here. Whichever way is more comfortable. Then, another way you can do this is with rev jumps. So instead of waiting, you can do a short rev jump to make it over to here, and then do another one. If you can't do a rev jump, don't do this. But if you can and you're confident in your rev jumping skills, this is the now best way to do this level. Well, I guess second best technically now, because of the other thing I found, which I'll show now. If you line this up correctly to the right side of the icicle platform and rev roll into it, you'll get hit over to this platform, which saves a small amount of time because you have your rev momentum and you didn't have to jump. It's free if you aim towards the right side of the platform and do a little arc. I have not died to this, so it's pretty free. If you practice it and know how to do it, and know how to rev roll, and how rev rolls work, and how collision, and bloody bloody blah, how that works, go for it. If you don't do it. Just do it normally. Another thing you can do here is to save a small amount of time. Instead of just landing on these platforms and waiting, what you can do is butt bounce on both of them, and that'll make them go instantly. So, yeah, that saves a small amount of time. For the most part, though, that's this room. Just do what you're comfortable with. Then, we just move on to this room, which Slayer also needs to do correctly. In this room, we're going to jump to this platform, and then we're going to do a small rev roll off of this platform to this one. Or just jump if you are more comfortable with that. And from here, you're going to rev roll off of this little excuse me, this little ledge right here. And then we're going to rev roll to here. And then when we land here, we're going to go left. They'll rev roll off the second ledge. And that's how you do that room normally. That's it, Slayer. Anyway, so from here, you're just going to walk to... Ooh, shit. You're going to walk to this ledge. And then from this ledge, you want to do a rev roll that avoids this wall. But isn't too far out to where it misses this. So, like this. And that's how you do that rev roll. That's pretty much it. And then here's this room. There's honestly 2 ways you can do this room. And my recommended way is to do the rev roll. But if you want to be safe and you're on a good run, honestly, just go through. Because this room is, at least to me, known to be a death trap. Because the rev roll here, if you're not... Oh shit. If you're not on this ledge... Well, I died. If you're not on that ledge, and then you rev roll, you can die. Or if you don't time, you know, your shit right, you can die like I did there. Not there, but anyway. You have to be very careful and be on your toes in this room. I have had some, I don't remember how or where, to where I have actually, yeah, I've died in this room to something that I couldn't control. So you have to be extremely careful in this room if you do the rev roll. But the rev roll is the normal and recommended way to do that room. So pick your poison. This room, just as soon as you enter it, just rev roll across. If you hit up here, that's fine. You can also just wait until later and then rev roll across. You might want to wait until like the middle of the room, just because it does seem to help. And since we're off cycle here, I'm going to go ahead and redo this room as fast as I can. Or not. I'll go from here. So, yeah. Because we do actually have a cycle we have to make here. Alright. I didn't have to jump that early, but you get the picture. So, this final room has many, many ways to finish it. And we are not going to go over the way that Slayer finished it. So, firstly, whenever you get on this platform, you want to jump to this ice pillar and then jump to the second one. When you're here, you want to rev roll, and you want to charge a full rev roll. Whenever you release it, you should be right in front of this platform that I am right now, and that will have you hit up off of it and make it to here. If you don't get hit up, but you do still hit the platform, and you don't think you're going to go high enough to make it onto the... I can't do it now. I did it in a run twice today. If you don't think you're going to go high enough and not land on this, there's 2 things you can do. 1, you can stop your rev roll in midair and land on the floating platform that's behind this pillar, so the one that's right here that's moving away. Or you can keep going and stop your rev roll before you hit the ice pillar and do a ledge grab. So you do lose a little bit of time, but you don't die. So it depends on what you do. You have to eye it. This is the only way you should do this room, Slayer. And then after this, what you want to do is from here, you're going to go ahead and go forward. So you're going to jump to here and jump to here. Now, there are 2 ways you can do this part of the room. And they do not involve the floating platform to my right. So, The normal way is just jumping to here, ledge grabbing. You have to mash A on this ledge, or you will die. The reason for that is because the platform is falling away from you. So if you don't mash A and get up as soon as possible, it'll start falling and you won't be able to get on top of it and you'll die. Then after it starts to fall a little bit, you can jump to this one. Again, you can butt bounce on this one to make it fall faster, but if you don't, you can wait. So what you need to do here is charge a full rev roll, and you're going to want to aim for around this area. And whenever you are ready for this rev roll, and the pillar is falling a bit, so you can actually go use it as a ramp, you want to aim to about there, and you land and get hit up. And that's how you do the final room. There's another way, only if you're confident in rev jumps. If you are not, then don't do this, but you can see how cool it looks too. So, from here, we can do a rev jump here, and one here. And that'll skip all the ledge grabs in this room, and avoid most of the potential death, besides the rev jump ability. And the end of this room is basically the same. You just wait till the pillar go down a bit, and then go into the end. And that is ITV, into the volcano. This level is very hard. But honestly, it's probably one of the most fun levels in the game to speedrun. It's so satisfying when you get it right. It's a lot of fun. So I hope y'all have fun with it, and don't get too upset at it. Oh, okay. VP, yay! Alright. So, Volcanic Panic. This is gonna be a ride. We will see how this goes. First of all, we're gonna watch Slayers run. And I will see what he does wrong in Volcanic Panic. Because he's gonna do something wrong. First of all, that.
I'm not sure how was your game, your zombie game.
Second of all, there's that.
Sorry, I'm forgetting.
And there was actually here. But that rev roll honestly is kind of difficult, so I don't blame him too much. Since I have input display on, you'll actually get to see my inputs and see what directions I hold for that room. But still.
TBH is not a memorable name. So.
Yeah. So he actually does do it correct this time. He butt bounces on the box and then goes behind the ball, the chrome ball, which is correct. And he got that roll that time, so that works. That works. I don't know why he rolls on the side of the wall there, but okay. Oh yeah, and hit off the wall. Ooh, that was really far back. Jeez. By the way, this is a VOD. I was there when it was live, so. Yeah, you can rev roll to get the camera behind you in good first placement. I will go over VP skip and a couple ways to do it, but I can't like go over everything. I will try my best, but okay. His VP is okay. All right. VP skip. I will show my way of doing it with inputs, but this is going to take time to learn if you have not learned it yet. VP skip is incredibly tight on top of incredibly movement oriented. so it will take time. Alright. BP. Here we go. So, first of all, First of all, as soon as you enter VP, what you want to do is hold up and left, so you can get to this box. When you're at this box, you want to butt bounce on it, but move away, so you can get behind the chrome ball, and so you can rev roll into it. So your timer will start as soon as you hit the chrome ball, and you need to keep the chrome ball the entire time, which means you have about 30 seconds, if not less. So, as soon as I let go of this rev roll, we have a timer that we have to worry about. It's a bit more lenient than you think it is, but if you feel like you're not gonna make it, the best thing to do is exit level and retry. So, from here, I'm gonna go ahead and unpause, and then I'm gonna hold forward and left. And that was kind of meh, but it worked. I'll go again, just so I can do a better hold. That was way better. So that's kind of the direction you want to hold for doing VP skip. Next is this room, which I go the right side. If you are really far to the left, you can go to the left side. So what I do here is I do a full rev roll, and then I jump out of it and land up there. Land up there. There we go. You land up here, and then this room's kind of difficult to explain, but what you want to do is rev roll. When you rev roll forward, you're going to bounce off the ground, and then when you get hit back up and you go forward more, you're going to want to hold left to hit off of this left wall, and then hold forward again. And that is what lets you get to here. From here, what you're going to do is you're going to rev roll into the top of this like lip of the cave, and that'll hit you down to the ground right here. And from here, you want to hit... wait, actually this kind of spot kind of sucks. Hold on. Let me redo this again. That spot kind of sucks because I got hit down. You know, really quickly, I will show a backup for this. If you fall in this lava pool, what you can do is if you jump, and like at the peak of your jump, press A again, you can butt bounce on that lip and get up to here. If you do it fast enough, you won't waste that much time, and you can still make it, for sure. So I'm going to redo this, though, just because I did waste a lot of time setting it up. But yeah. Here, you're going to hit the lip, and when you hit the lip, I forgot to mention this, when you hit the lip, you want to press A, because you want it to spike you down. If you don't press A, you'll keep moving forward, and what happened to me a minute ago will happen to you, which you don't want. And then from here, what you want to happen is you want to hit this lip and get hit over to here. And from here, I just did that out of fucking habit. God damn it. So again, you want to hit this lip, and then from here, you want to butt bounce into this lava, and then whenever you're low enough, you want to let go of B. So you can clip under, but you do, just in case, you want to cancel your rev roll, just in case you want to cancel your rev roll, just in case that you still have momentum left, because if you do have a rev roll momentum left and go into the lava, you'll go through and die. So you want to make sure you don't have that. And from here, you're just going to jump across. If you mash, you won't make it. because mashing makes you go back into the lava, which is not really where you want to go. Okay, so this one won't make it because of just, I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention too much, but it won't make it. So I don't know if I'll make it now. Maybe? I might have wasted too much time at the beginning. I don't know. Let me see if I can do it. Maybe it was just... Okay, it'll make it now. It was just my movement. Okay. And then when you make it down here, I know you saw that, just press it back. Don't press back. When you make it down here, you want to just tap forward. If you just tap forward enough, you'll make it. If you tiptoe forward, you can still make it, but if you tiptoe forward for too long, you will die. So yeah. 18 hours? Yeah, still going. Okay. So that's the normal way of doing VP skip. If you want to do it the faster way, I do actually have a strat for this and a setup, which I'll show now. You can learn this, just know that it's not as consistent as the other one. But it is faster. So, what you're going to want to do is from this spot, you want to land in the middle of this platform. And from this platform, you want to line up with this dark spot. But you do need to... You do need to learn backups for this, and to an extent, because if your angle is off, you won't clip. But I do have a normalized backup for this that will work 100% of the time if your movement in the beginning was fine. So, from here, when I let go, I want to hold forward, but as soon as I clip under the lava, I want to press A to stop my rev roll. And this will clip you immediately, instead of having to wait for the lava to go under the lava. But as soon as you clip, you want to hold forward. Another small time save you can do here, not required, is if you go to the left here and look at this wall and rev roll into it, you'll actually get sent back, which will save some time. But you do need to stop your rev roll, because if you don't, you'll clip through the lava and die. Another thing you can do here that I somehow forgot how to do, is if you flick back on the stick, like here, never mind, I didn't forget. You can instantly go into the end and complete the level. What I just showed you is the fastest way to do VP skip on GameCube that isn't frame perfect. And I'm not going to show you the frame perfect one because it's frame perfect. But this right here is the fastest way to do VP skip on GameCube. If you want to learn this, you can. It is consistent if you have the right spot and lineup. But if you don't and something happens, I do have a backup. And I will show you that backup now. So, if you do this clip, I need to redo that. If you do this, and your clip doesn't work because you did it wrong, if you butt bounce on... One sec. If you butt bounce on that, and then butt bounce back, so if you butt bounce on here, then go back to here, and butt bounce into the lava, and do the clip normally, I actually have to get one where I mess it up, but actually get the backup. Hold on. There we go. I was too far. Damn it. I'm just too good. Guys, I just can't mess this up, guys. There we go. So if you do that as your backup, you'll make it. But if you do miss it and have to do this backup, you have to do the wall roll down here. If you don't do the roll off of this piece of terrain, you will not make it. And I will show you right now. I will not make it to the end. I don't have enough time. Nowhere near. So, if you do this wall roll... Oh shit, actually that was bad because I butt bounce. If you do this wall... I don't know if that'll make it. If you do this wall roll... It's not going to make it. That's also not going to make it. That was way too low. I got to get hit up higher. It will work. It's just the movement. Yeah, okay. Let me redo this. The movement I did for that one is bad. So let me go back and redo it. There we go. Alright. And I will purposefully mess this up. Oh, that was bad too. Shit. I'll purposefully mess this up. God damn it. Why is messing this up so hard? Why is... Yeah, I am. I'm just doing VP right now. Alright. Let me see if I can do this time. Oh, yeah. Like, okay, yeah, I barely had it, but I did die because I ledge grabbed. But that's the backup. It's not as tight as it looks. It's just trying to do a backup for a skip that I didn't do. There we go. This will work just fine. That's perfect. This will work just fine. But yeah, I'll make it now. But if I didn't do that roll, oh, actually, I would have been fine if I didn't do it. Oh, I hate doing that. If I didn't do the wall roll, I had a lower chance of making it. So if you do mess it up and have to do the backup, then do the wall roll. If you don't, you have a very high chance of dying. But that's VP and VP skip with the fastest way of doing it. And normal way, and the backup for the fastest way. So, yeah, have fun. VP's movement takes so long to learn. So honestly, if you don't get it in the first little bit, don't get upset. It takes a long time. It took me almost a month or two just to learn and to get down the normal way. It took me so long. A few months at least. This one's, the one I'm doing now is fairly new, so that one's going to take me some time to get used to as well. But for the most part, it's consistent. If you want to do it, you can. If you don't have to. So, yeah. I hope you enjoy VP. It's a fun level whenever you can do it right, but it's difficult. So, good luck. Next is Magma Opus. Magma Opus is a very fun level. It's also very difficult. Like the rest of the lava levels are. So, yeah, you can kind of just jump right into it. Honestly, there's not much to say about it. It's fun. It is hard. Alright. Magma Opus time. So, for instance, yeah, you can just jump between these platforms. So, yeah, small little time save there, but you already said you fixed that, so yeah. Anyway, from here, you rev-roll to this red Butane, and then, oh, well, my bad. I don't know why I did that, but I did. There we go. Alright, and from here, you just rev-roll through here. to the side of the button to get the checkpoint. I'll show this off because why not? If you want to do this, you can, but I go for it because it's funny. But you don't have to, but I'll show it. So there's a skip here that you can do, that you can revel across the chasm in this next room, and skip the bridges. But, you kind of get an issue because of the spiders and shit. So there's actually a way to avoid that and make them change their cycle so they give you time to do it. So what you do is you just walk into the room, you jump over this one, and revel. And that's it. What happens is the spider is turning around to go get you. By the time it turns around, you've already charged your revel enough to do it. It's that easy. But the normal way of doing it, for anyone who doesn't want to do that strat, which I kind of don't blame you, is just going across the bridges. You can revel across these, but I have died too many times doing that. Then next is this room. So whenever you're where I am now, where the checkpoint is, what you're going to do is turn left a little bit, and you see where this, like, terrain is higher than the ground? What you're going to do is aim for that. The reason is because it actually hits you up to where you can land here. And then from here, I'll show the normal way first, and then I will show the faster way of doing it. So first, we're doing room skip. For this, you're just going to land where I am, jump across to here, jump across to here, jump to here, jump up to this platform, jump over to here, and make sure that Pac-Man is facing upward, which right now he is barely. And that means we can make it. If Pac-Man is not facing upward, he's not on a ramp or a sloped surface, and he will just fall to his death. You also need to watch out for the Stony. The Stony can hit you and kill you if you're not fast enough. If you are fast enough, it'll probably never happen. But that's the normal way of doing it. The faster way of doing it is like this. You land here. I need to actually do this again because somebody's going to hit me. You land here, and then whenever you do, you can revel into the side of this platform, and then you can rev jump up to here. Actually, hell, I mean, you could do this too. You can do this, but this is actually kind of difficult and only situational if you can do it. If you can't do it, and you're not set up for it, you just do this. You just die. That's exactly what you do. You go up to here, rev jump, then what you're going to do is land here, and go across. That's the normal way to do it. You don't have to do the rev jump, but I do because it's... I can do rev jumps really well. So I do the rev jump. Yeah, I don't normally go for that, frogs, because that is dumb. But I was set up for it, so I was like, you know what? I'll show it off anyway. But anyway, that is room skip in 3 different ways that you can do it. The fastest, faster, and the normal way of doing it. Then after that, you just kind of go through this next part like normal. You rev roll through here. And then in this room, you're going to rev roll either from where I am to hit off of this, or you're... Oh no. Extra, I'm extra, is what you're... That too. Or you can just go over to this wall to make sure you do hit it, so you can just get over easily. But for the most part, that is how you do this next part of the run. Then, from here, you want to rev roll to this chrome ball. You want to kick flip when you get this, so press A and B at the same time. And this will allow your hitbox to send a little bit further, so you don't have to go all the way to the chrome ball, while also being able to move in the air. You don't have to do this, but it just, you know, is nice. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to rev roll around this side of the room. You're going to hit off of that wall. Hang on. Let me go back. So you're going to get the chrome ball. You're going to rev-roll off this left wall to make it over to here. And then from here, you're going to hit that angle Badoing, and it's going to hit you up. So that actually will make it to where you make it across. You can also stop your rev-roll and just walk up it, but it's about the same time, so it's whatever you want to do, really. And then you can walk to here and rev-roll off of... Which platform was it again? Hold on. You can jump to here and rev-roll off of... we'll do that one. That platform, or the platform in front of it, depending on where you are and where the platform cycle is. It's just a small time save, and if you don't get it, it's not a big time loss, so yeah. From here, if you just rev-roll into this... I knew I was gonna fucking do that. If you just rev-roll into this wall and just doesn't touch the... God damn it. Alright. Alright, if you just... You don't even have to be near this wall, especially with the chrome ball. If you just rev-roll into the wall, you'll make it. You just need to make sure to hit the wall. Like I just showed you that you need to hit it. If you don't, you just saw what happens. So anyway, from here, you're just going to jump across. Oh, that was actually a bad spot to land. So you'll probably want to butt bounce when you land here, just so you can get over. Don't die, please. But yeah. So whenever you jump over from here, go ahead and butt bounce, and then do your rev roll. From right here, you're going to rev roll off the left side of the wall. And then you're going to get to here, and you're just going to rev roll off. And then jump to the end. Right here. So this is slide skip. I don't know how to do slide skip well. Yeah, I can't do this. Alright, well, since I can't do it, I will show the backup. The backup for slide skip, honestly, slide skip is not hard, I'm just bad at the game. But yeah, since I can't do slide skip, I'll show the backup. If for some reason you guys can't do slide skip, what you're gonna do is walk onto the first part of the slide, and you're gonna make sure Pac-Man is looking down. If Pac-Man's not looking down, before you let go of your rev roll, you'll go forward and die at a fall. Your fall timer running out, which is 3 seconds. So what you're going to want to do, make sure Pac-Man is looking down, and land on the slide near the end on the first part. And you're going to do the same thing on the second part. You do not want to land on this platform. If you land on this platform, you will die from fall damage. But as soon as you make it here, just jump and butt bounce and clip into the stalactite that's right here. As soon as you're in the stalactite, don't press any buttons and you'll make it to the end. I wish I could show you how to do normal slide skip, but I can't do it. So that's that. Normal slide skip, it's easy, but honestly, you can do the backup and still get a pretty good time. If you just do the backup and the second part that I just showed, you can get a pretty good time still easily. It's up to you. Anyway, that is Magma Opus. Now we're on to Clyde. Okay, so here we are. It's Clyde time. So, I'm gonna show every way how to do Clyde. Because this boss is going to be the death of me. Anyway, so Clyde is a reset heavy part of the run. I cannot tell you how many times I have reset on Clyde alone. Or just lost my run to Clyde alone. If you cannot do this boss well, that's okay. World record runs still get choked to Clyde. all the time. So, that's okay. Clyde is a very difficult boss. But, hopefully, I can help. I'm going to show every single version of how to do Clyde. Here we go. So first of all, I'm going to go through each phase and show every way. So for phase 1, we're going to go ahead and do it the normal way first. Really just stand still, let him do his thing. After the second flurry, you're gonna go to the platform that's to the right of Clyde after the second flurry. So you're just gonna hold right and go to that one. And then whenever he gets down here, you need to wait for him to be like done, because if he is down and he's not fully down, he actually won't move. So if you're expecting him to move, if you're expecting Clyde to move back and he doesn't because you did it too early, you will die 90% of the time. Or if you're ready for it, you won't. But you need to know that that is a possibility. But since I did it just fine, I did get the double hit. For Clyde double hits, it's just practice. You want to learn double hits. I will tell you that right now. You want to learn double hits. If you don't learn double hits, you are not going to have a fun time in Clyde. More than you're already not going to have a fun time. But anyway, so now we get into Rev Jump Clyde. I'm not going to teach I-Bounce Clyde because I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do I-Bounces. But I will teach Rev Jumps because they're basically the same, maybe slightly slower, and a little more difficult to do. But, yeah. So, Rev Jump Clyde. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to practice a Rev Jump. And I'm going to do one in real time in this arena so you can see exactly what I look for when I do a Rev Jump. So, we're going to do it right here. So, for this Rev Jump, you want to make sure Pac-Man is looking up like this. If he is, you'll be able to Rev Jump. If he isn't, you won't be able to Rev Jump. If you're on a ramp, of course. If you're on a ramp getting ready to Rev Jump, like about to press B, and Pac-Man does not look like this and is not angled up like this, it won't work. So, make sure he's angled up like this, and whenever he is, then you can go ahead and attempt a Clyde Rev Jump. The reason these are so difficult to do is because you have a very small window to jump out of your Rev Roll. It's about a 2 to 3 frame window. So, yeah. Okay. It doesn't matter how long you charge your Rev Roll either. You can do it for a few seconds, or you can do it for a full Rev charge. But as soon as you're ready, you have to press A very quickly after. And as you just saw in my input display, that is the timing for a Rev Jump. That's when you have to do it. If that happens, if you do a Rev Jump and you jump and you don't Rev Roll at all, you pressed A too early. If you Rev Roll and fall off without a jump, you either were not angled up correctly, or you pressed A too late, or you were too far forward on the ramp and didn't have enough space to Rev Jump. So, we're going to go ahead and go back here because Clyde actually moved back. I don't want to wait for him again. If you're too close to the ledge, you won't be able to rev jump because you don't have enough space. So, like here, if I'm right here, actually that actually worked. But if I'm here, I won't rev jump. Or maybe I will. I don't know. How do you rev jump anymore? There we go. That's all I wanted to show, is that if you're too close to the edge, you can't rev jump. My mind's just telling me, no, you can't screw it up. You're too good. Now, if you're too close to the edge, you won't have enough room to rev jump, because you have to rev roll for like a second, like less than a second, and then you can jump. But if you don't have room to rev roll forward for less than a second, you're not going to do a jump. So, phase 1 rev jumps. So, on Clyde's phase 1, after the first flurry of fireballs, you want to go to this ramp that I'm at right now. And then from here is where you want to do your rev jump. I jumped too early. That's my bad. Alright, so again, he's done. So, oh, that's not going to work. Trying to explain this and doing it at the same time is very difficult. Okay, there we go. So we got the rev jump. But, as you can see here, we're in a slight predicament because I got the hit too late. This means that Clyde's already moving to his next phase, technically, his next attack. So, since he was standing on his second flurry, if I hit him, he's going to go to the refuel station, which he's doing now. So I either need to bail or I need to try and follow him. So I'm going to try and follow him. Yep, that worked. Okay, so if Clyde matrixes like that, which is what we call it, because he like goes parallel and shit, you can butt bounce on him. If he's parallel to you and you have enough space to butt bounce, you can do it. But it's risky. But the normal way that I do Clyde rev jumps, it's not. It's pretty much guaranteed, and I'll show you what I mean by that. This one is very risky though, but you can get the second hit for free. So, yeah, I will try and show the normal way that I do it, if I could do them. Alright. It's not gonna work. There we go. Alright, so the normal way I do it is like this, where I hit Clyde, he falls back like this, I butt bounce on his face, and then I get the second hit. That is normally how I do Clyde rev jump on phase 1. It looks scary, but it's consistent. Every time I do it, it works fine. So then, we are going to do Clyde phase 2. So we're going to do normal phase 2 first. So normal phase 2 is you go to this platform, which I think is just behind you when you start. I don't remember. You go to this platform, and then you're going to wait for Clyde to go over you, and you're going to damage boost. You don't have to damage boost. If you go to the right or left and then rev roll back from there, like the very right or the very left, Clyde won't actually hit you, but still, damage boosting is more metal. Then he's going to do another attack since he saw you as on that platform last. And that platform is the fastest one because that's the one that he's going to go to for everything. It's the first one he checks after he goes around the platform, and it's the first one that it's like where he goes whenever he's going to go to his next part. So here, this double hit is kind of difficult. What you want to do is you want to jump on his head, and you want to hold down right. So you can follow him while also getting the second double hit. So like this. That was kind of bad, but that's still the idea. You want to hold down right. I went a little early and I was too far to the left. But you want to hold down right so you can get the second hit on him. but I was just bad and didn't get it. Because only normies do this strat. I'm kidding. So, the quote-unquote backup for this, or the normal way to do it nowadays, is Clyde Phase 2 Rev Jump, or I Bounce, but I don't know how to do I Bounce. So Clyde Phase 2 Rev Jump. This saves a lot of time over doing Phase 2 normally, so I would recommend, if you learn any Rev Jump, make it Phase 2, or I Bounce, because Phase 2 saves the most time. Phase 4 is second for most time. So, Phase 2 Rev Jump. How do you do it? On Phase 2, Clyde is going to go to the right here. So the one he's at right now, you don't want to go to. You want to go to this one. And this one, if you rev jump and hold down right, you will get the rev jump double hit. That one's really tight to get though, and if you don't get the second hit, you're going to have to do the rest of the phase or take a death. And honestly, if you don't get the second hit and can't hit him again before he starts doing it, taking a death is not a bad idea, because it's actually slightly faster than waiting. But if you can't do it the second try, then you're losing time. So, it's up to you. It's up to you and your confidence in that run or practice to see what you want to do. So, now we're on Phase 3. Phase 3 does have a rev jump, but I don't recommend going for it. I'll show Phase 3 normally. So, you're just going to wait here until Clyde shoots all of his fireballs. Alright? And then you're going to go to the life platform. The life platform is kind of tricky to get to because it's the lowest ramp, so you want to make sure that you're on it, because if you're not fully on the ramp, you'll die. Very easily. So be careful of that. But for this, it's just the same as Phase 1. It's just a double hit. Then I'll show you Phase 3 rev jump. Phase 3 rev jump, I don't go for. I go for, but kind of as a meme. I don't really expect to get it. But I'll show you it. So Phase... Anyway, Phase 3 rev jump, basically, you have to go early. About there, or else you won't make it up on his head, because he'll be going up. So what happens with this is that Clyde's moving down. So, whenever he moves down for the, like, bobbing of the machine, that's the time when you want to try and do your rev jump. But if you do it too late, he'll start moving up before you get on his head. I will try this like 2 more times, but I don't actually expect to get it. There we go. Okay, well I got it. I got the first hit. Second hit, a little different story. But that's about when you want to do it. And honestly, if you don't, just do it normally. That's what I do. I mean, sure, I can learn Phase 3 high bounce, but still. I'm, you know, rev jump supremacy. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, that's how you would do Phase 3 rev jump, but I can't do it. So, just all. I don't recommend doing Phase 3, but it is possible. Frogs, you hush. Look, we all can't do Phase 3 rev jump, okay? Leave me alone. Alright, I'll just get through Phase 3 and go to Phase 4. Alright, so, this is Phase 4. Phase 4's rev jump is a bit tricky, but it's not too bad. The normal way to do Phase 4 is you just wait out Clyde, basically. That's kind of it. Don't do that. I actually could have just got sniped and destroyed. Word of advice, do not rev roll across platforms while Clyde is shooting. But anyway, so this is phase 4. I'm going to make a save state actually because I'm notoriously bad at this phase. Double hit. So for phase 4, you just want to wait till he's down and then just do the double hit. That's kind of it. I can't explain how to do it. You just do it. But phase 4 rev jump is still faster. So for phase 4 rev jump, there's actually a spot you want to be, which is about right here. Yeah. So the reason you do this is because Clyde actually can't hit you right here no matter what. His fireballs go through you. And then you can just get a free double hit rev jump. And then you have Clyde phase 5. Clyde phase 5 is notoriously known as the worst hitbox in the entire fucking game. So, yeah. I will show you the double hit first. So first of all, you're going to want to go to the life platform, because this is going to be, well, I had no health. This is going to be, the life platform is where Clyde is going to end up at. So you want to go there as quick as possible and just wait him out, basically. This is where Clyde's going to be, this is where he's going to end up. And you can just wait him out here, and he'll be here. And now we get to see phase 5 double hit, which I actually got. But yeah, phase 5 double hit is difficult, which is why I save stated here. The area, yeah, see, if you do that, you're kind of screwed. The area you want to hit is right behind Clyde. If you don't hit that area, you're going to be in for a ride, aka Clyde's Wild Ride. But yeah, for the most part, that is phase 5 Clyde double hit. But there's one more thing that you can do. Well, 2 technically. Phase 5 rev jump. There's 2. There's one that's immediate, and there's one that's a little bit later. I'll show you the immediate one if I can get it, but let's see. No, I can't. I'm also going to make a better save state, because with him shooting like that, it's a lot harder to hit. Let's see. Oh, that was close. That's... This one's actually really hard to set up, so we'll see. I think I was too early or something, I don't know. Oops. Honestly, for this rev jump, if you don't get the instant hit, just go for 1 hit, because it's faster than not getting any. If you can go for a second hit, go for it, but, like, more power to you if you actually get it. Oh, hey, we got... Okay, that was actually good. But yeah, that's Clyde. The entirety of Clyde. There are eye bounces, and I recommend learning phase 3 and phase 5 eye bounces over rev jumps. But yeah, all in all, that's how you do Clyde. It's hell no matter what way you do it. But good luck. Scuba Duba and Shark Attack. These 2 levels, I don't think I'm going to go too in depth with. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to really show them, because there's not much to go over. You just have to press B and not die. You can mind boost, but mind boosting isn't crucial. You can, it's faster, but in reality, you're not really going to need it for a long time. So Scooby-Doo and Shark Attack really are just mash B, stay close to the ground, and don't get hit. Or don't die, really, but yeah. And just with how long this has already been, I'm gonna go ahead and not show them, because they are very simple. Scooby-Doo and Shark Attack are the same level, basically. So, yeah. If you've seen them once, you've seen them a million times. So, just practice not dying, and that's pretty much those levels, honestly. Like I said, mind boosts aren't necessarily that important. Everything else that I've taught is more important. So, these I would recommend waiting until later to learn. The mind boosting, I mean, sorry. YPM, Yellow Pac-Man. Don't die. That's it. That is the entirety of Yellow Pac-Man. Just don't die. We have Whale. Whale is a mixed bag. One cycle Whale is very difficult to do, and it's not very consistent. But the setup is consistent, and you can get 90% of the time get a 2-cycle. And if you use this setup now, you'll know it later for whenever you actually need to do 1-cycle Whale. So, I'm going to teach the 1-cycle Whale setup. You don't necessarily have to get a 1-cycle, but knowing the setup is the most important part. So, alright, I need to set up. So, I'll go over this really quickly. To practice Whale efficiently, you need to know the timing for when to enter Whale, because the Whale cycles are on the map screen and on the cutscene and the movie in the level. So, not while I'm paused though. So, I am going to unpause, but pause the emulation around whenever you need to actually go into the level. So, here we go. Going back to the map screen. So, 1 ring, 2 rings, and then the 3rd ring under the A right there. So yeah, you want to go for the water rings that Pac-Man makes. On that 3rd ring, when it's under the A, that's when you press A to enter Whale. For practice. The reason for this is because this is the closest that we can get. So not the closest, but it's the easiest way that we can re-enter Whale and practice it without having to enter Yellow Pac-Man, exit Yellow Pac-Man, and then go to Whale. With this setup right here, this is going to be the closest to actually what Whale's going to look like in your run. Okay. Oh. So, I'm going to hold A on my controller, so I enter Whale on frame 1. But, yeah. Because that's basically how you do that. But yeah. You want to press start to skip the cutscene with the professor, and you want to press A once to skip the cutscene with the ghosts. And make a save state. So, Whale. For Whale, you need to hit each propeller 8 times. And you then want to hit every single propeller at once. Not really at once, but one more time before Whale moves away. Because if you hit a propeller off, it'll move away, and then you have a section where you just have to kill enemies. So one cycle makes it to where we don't have to wait for that and we can just kill whale instantly. But the setup is very difficult to do and takes a lot of practice. So here it is. I do a different setup than most people. Well, sorry. My queue is different than most people's. So I'm going to teach that one because that one is very consistent for me. But personally, I don't know any other queues. So I'm going to teach this one because it's pretty consistent and it works for me very well. So, right off the bat, what we're going to do is whale. In the beginning of whale, you have to fight a couple enemies. These enemies are shark subs from Yellow Pack Marine. It takes one missile, which is one A press, to kill them. These you want to try and kill. You want to shoot one missile per pack sub or shark sub because you need all of your missiles for whale for this setup. So I'm gonna go ahead and unpause and we're gonna try to hit. We're gonna try to kill all the shark subs in one missile. The way that they move takes time to learn, but I will say you don't need to move up and down to dodge them. You only need to move left and right. Because if you move up and down, it's going to mess you up for whale cycle, and it's going to, you have a chance of getting hit because the missiles have a skewed up and down hitbox. It's way bigger than it should be, so yeah. Alright. So, there's 2. There's 4 that you have to kill before the whale shows up. So, that's 2. 3. And 4. I'm going to make a save state here. So what happens now is you see that little explosion that I made with that missile when I hit the shark sub. That is going to be the visual cue when to shoot all 6 missiles at whale. Whenever I touch that explosion, that's when I shoot. So like this. All 6. And then, after I shoot all 6 of those, I already went and did it just because I didn't have a lot of time. After I shoot all 6 of those, I move up to the top right corner and mash A for all 6 again. I can do it because the missiles hit the propeller. So whenever the missiles explode, they come back to you and you can shoot them all again. So since the propeller was there to take the damage of them, I can shoot them again immediately after they all hit the propeller. So you do 6 in the bottom right. So after you touch those bubbles from the enemy, you're going to shoot 6 on the bottom right propeller. Then, whenever you shoot those 6, as soon as you shoot the last one, you move to the top right corner and then shoot 6 again. Smash A until you can shoot 6 again. And then after that, at this point, we're moving to the left side of the screen to shoot the top left propeller 8 times. I count it 4-4, but as long as you do 8 shots only, if you do less or more, this won't work. If you do 8 shots, you'll set up the top left propeller. So, as soon as I'm done shooting the 6, I go to the left. And I did 4-4. That just helps me in my head to know. And then as soon as we shot those 8, I moved to the right, hit the top right propeller twice, and then moved down and hit the bottom right propeller twice. And from here, as soon as I hit the bottom right propeller, I move to the bottom left and shoot that one 8 times. And then I move to the bottom middle of the screen and wait for the right time. Which, I was a little late, but the right time was the mine that I went under. That mine is the visual cue to when you need to do the upside down UV thing. But yeah, as you saw, I messed up one cycle, but I got a 2-cycle, which is still really fast. So learning this setup almost guarantees you a 2-cycle. Almost. If you get hit at all while doing this setup, you will mess it up. And probably not get a 2-cycle. Or 1-cycle. So it's very precise. But if you do it enough after enough repetition and after just doing it enough, you'll get it. So yeah, and I'll go through it one more time just so you can see exactly. I'll do it in real time too, so you can see what I mean and how fast you have to be and why it's really hard to explain. So this is back to when we killed the last shark sub enemy. So now we're just gonna wait until we hit the bubbles. As soon as we hit the bubbles of this last enemy, of the 4th enemy that we killed, we're gonna spam A until we shoot all 6 missiles. And we're in the middle of the screen, so we can hit the bottom right propeller. So here. And then move to the top right, shoot 6, then 4, 4, 2, 2. Ah, that was the wrong mine. Okay, so that happens sometimes. The right mine does not come out because the timing was off. So at that point, you kind of just have to eye when to do it. But if you're going for 2 cycle, it's not a big deal. But if you're going for 1 cycle, just kind of feel when you do it. And whenever you're supposed to, use the smart bomb to destroy all mines on the screen so you can get it correct. I'll try one more time since that one was really bad. But yeah, as you can see, I got hit there, so I only got 1 propeller. So you still can get a 4 cycle. It's just, you know, not as likely. But yeah, 6 missiles, 6 missiles, 4, 4, 2, 2, and then 8. That was the right one, and we got the 1 cycle for that. So yeah, if you, as soon as that mine goes over you, the lowest one possible, then you do the V, or U, whichever one. It looks more like a U, I guess. That's how you do 1 cycle whale. It's going to take a lot of practice, but the setup itself is pretty simple, just really fast paced. If you do it enough, you'll get it. It's not that difficult, it's just you have to know what to do and when, and that's just, you know, practice. Haunted Boardwalk, I'm not really gonna go in depth with for a bunch of reasons. One, it's just hold forward and turn a bit. If you watch an IL of Haunted Boardwalk, it's gonna show you better than what I can teach you, because I don't know how to do Haunted Boardwalk well. On top of, it's just boring. It's very simple and very linear and very straightforward. Haunted Boardwalk is pretty easy. So, I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna skip it for now. If really need be, I will do a Haunted Boardwalk tutorial. But honestly, look at a run or look at an IL. That'll show you a better way of doing it than I would teach you. Okay. Night crawling. For the next couple of levels, I'm not going to look at Slayer's video because Slayer's World 6 is okay. The only way to improve it is just improving his rev rolls. That's it, really. For the most part, it's good. I will go in depth with night crawling just to show it off. But yeah, I know Slayer's night crawling, Ghost Bayou, and Spooky are okay for his skill level, and it's just going to be practice for him. But for this, I will show night crawling, Ghost Bayou, and Spooky. So here we go, night crawling. Alright, so immediately when you enter night crawling, you want to charge a short rev roll to hit that box, because that box has an apple that you'll need later in the level. So, you do a short revel to hit the box, and then immediately after you do the short revel, you're going to want to do a full revel. So you can make it over to here. But I will say, really quickly, before we get any more into the level, this level is cycle-based. So it's global cycles, which means you have to be a specific speed, or you will actually lose time later in the level because of these cycles. So just keep that in mind. If you're slower, your cycles will be off compared to mine, and if you're faster, it could be different, because you could be faster. So, I'm going to go ahead and restart the level, and show exactly what you're supposed to do in this first section. So again, I'll state it. You want to do a short revel to hit the box and open it. And then immediately after you break the box, you want to do a full revel to get the apple and land on the ramp. So, here's that in real time. Like that. That's what you want to do. You don't have to do it at fast, but that's the basic idea of what you want to do. You want to break the box, get the apple, get on the ramp as fast as possible. And then, from the ramp, you're just going to roll up. And then from here, you're going to go to the left. And then, right here, either looking down or looking straight, whichever one, you want to revel down here and go to about here. Then from here, you want to revel around here, and then you're going to go down a section with a bunch of floating platforms. You want to try and land on one. If you can't, that's okay. If you go too far, I mean. If you go too far, that's okay. You just take fall damage and be a little bit slower. But goal-wise, you want to land on one. But yeah, here, you're just going to do your revel and just, keep it as close to the wall as possible while not dying. Then right here are these platforms. Then from here, you're just going to revel onto that bridge. And then you're just going to go over here, get up here, and then from here, you're going to go ahead and revel across this bridge. Then whenever you finish this revel, you're going to go around the right of that piece of wall. Then you're going to go down into the maze. Then in the maze, you're just going to walk, because it is hard to revel on this maze, but you can do it. And then we need to kill the skeleton that's right here at the end of the maze to get the cherry. You're going to break that chest, and then you're going to break that chest, bounce in the Butane, go up to the other platform, break that chest, hit the button, and land on this floating platform in the bottom right corner while holding B. Because this is important. The reason you do this is because you're going to revel from this platform to the tilted Butane that you see in the background. So, right now, that's what you're going to do. You also probably want to press A to stop your revel, just in case. But from here, you're going to butt bounce onto both, and then land here, and then revel to here, and do a short revel onto that Butane, just to, not have to jump and walk. So from here, you're going to revel to that Butane. I am just terrible, and I didn't revel long enough, so let me redo that really quickly. Alright, so revel to the first Butane, and then you're going to do a full revel to this Butane. Then from here, what you're going to do is you're going to butt bounce from this one to the one in front of it, to the one diagonally to the right, and then back to the front. Doing that will get you to this Butane, that if you land on it and look forward, you'll see this section. And then from here, what you're going to do is you're going to revel either into that crate or near it, just to break it. And whenever you break it, you're going to get up here. Whenever you break that and get up to this platform, you want to get over to the top of here. There's not really another way you can do this faster, but yeah, you want to get up to the top of here, and from here, you're going to want to rev roll across this chasm, and just rev roll across, and go to the end right here. Oh shit, if you're fast enough, if you're fast enough, you'd make this cycle, but I hit 2 skeletons, which made me just not fast enough. That's really annoying. Okay, anyway, from here, you're gonna go across, break this chest, and then go up here and wait for this platform. No matter how fast you are, unless you're extremely fast, like extremely fast, you can make this platform, but just barely. It's insane. But yeah, only I think 3 people have done it in real time. So 99.98% of the time, you are going to have to wait for this platform. I'm also not explaining much in this level because it's very straightforward, and there's not really much else you can do besides what I'm showing, besides like safer strats. It's very linear. There's not a lot in this level, so yeah. And then you're going to rev roll off of this platform while you're there, and if we would have made the first platform, we would have made this one as well. And then on this one, you're going to rev roll in the back right, bottom right corner. And then if you have at least 1 health wedge, butt bounce on this bridge. Because you'll go directly to the end. If you don't, just be careful, because that ghost can kill you. And that's a big time loss. And that is night crawling. That one's not very in-depth because, really, like I said, there's not a lot to go over in night crawling. It's very straightforward. And it's just variation to what I'm doing for, like, safer strats. So, yeah. That's pretty much it. For night crawling, honestly. Like, there's not much else to go over in that level. So, now we have Ghost Bayou. Which Ghost Bayou has a decent amount more. So, let's just get into it. So Ghost Bayou is not cycle-based, so you can do this whenever you want. So, there are 2 ways to finish this level right now. The reason I'm showing both is because one of them is still not really accepted as consistent and easy to do. But I'm going to show that one first. The harder one first, because it saves 15 seconds over doing it the other way. So yeah, I'm going to show that one first. So first of all, what you're going to do is from here, you're going to rev roll in like a slightly diagonal direction onto, I don't know what to call this, dirt path? Rock path? Onto this path, whatever. And then from this path, you're going to rev roll up to right here. Rev roll up to right here where I am right now. So, from here, you're going to walk to the middle of this spot, right in front of the opening in the bridge. And then from here, you're going to release, and whenever you get like right where I am now, you're going to hold down and right to make it onto this dirt path. This is basically at the end of the level. This is a skip that was not intended. And this is Ghost Bayou skip. Which is very fast in comparison to how you're normally supposed to do it. So, from here, what you're going to do is go to this, like, raised area in the ground. which is right next to this, I guess technically second tree, because the first one that you see is this one. So the second tree. So the second tree, the first platform that's raised. The reason it wants to be raised is so you can rev roll to this platform. And from here, you're going to rev roll from this platform to over to here. And then from here, you're going to rev roll to where the fence ends. As you can see, the fence on this side is gone. Like, it stops here. So then you're going to go to where these are connecting. And then if you go to the right, to right here, where this lighter platform is and raised platform. So if you want to count the spokes, it is the 7th? Yeah, the 7th spoke is right in front of this part in the ground. And what you're going to do from here is you're going to rev roll over to here. That was a bad rev roll, but yeah. You're going to rev roll over to here, which is the main platform of where the ending is. But the issue with this is that there's an invisible wall right here that doesn't let us get to the ending. But there is a way to clip through this. What you're going to do is you're going to walk onto this invisible wall like this. And then from here, I'm going to purposely try not to get it. You press back and B. You flick down on your stick and press B. Like, just barely tap it. Just enough to where, you know, you're tapping it and you can hear the bzz if you're on the ground. The reason we're doing this is because we're pivoting Pac-Man to go through an invisible wall. But without the rev roll, the game won't push Pac-Man to where I need him to go. He'll just come back out this way, which we don't need. So, this is how you're going to clip through this wall. What you want to do is, where I'm standing right now, is where you want to be for the clip. So, if you can kind of see, I don't know if this is seeable, there's this like slightly lighter spot on the ground. Easy way to find it is find this spot on the ground and just look forward, and it's right there. And this is about where you want to stand to do this clip. If you're on GameCube, then you want to make it to where Pac-Man. So if you're on GameCube and you can, like, if you're on console and cannot see this visual cue, what you want to do is keep pressing forward until Pac-Man looks like this. If you do this correctly, he'll start looking up as if he's on a ramp when he's not. This spot right here shows that Pac-Man is on something he's not really supposed to be. And this is what we need for the clip. But if Pac-Man doesn't look this high right here, and he only looks like this, the clip will not work. The reason for that is because Pac-Man's not on the invisible ramp he needs to be on. So again, for reference, this is where Pac-Man doesn't need to be. So I will go ahead and make a save state here. And this is what Pac-Man needs to look like. I'll make a save state here. So, this won't work. This will. This won't work. This will. If you can see the difference, great. If you can't, I'm not sure how else to explain it. So, from here, if you can see it, what you're going to do is you're going to go into the top left part of this highlighted spot and press down and B at the same time. And if you do it correctly, I'm not doing it correctly right now, if you do it correctly, you will clip through. If you're not doing it correctly and you keep clipping back in, what you can do to set up again is go to the right and then go back straight. This will reset up Pac-Man to where he needs to be. If you're too far to the left, it won't work. You have to make sure you're to the right of this bottom gravestone right here. If you're to the right of that gravestone, you should be around the right area. But yeah, so this is how you do this clip. It's very difficult to explain. If Pac-Man is tilting to the right, like this also I forgot to mention, this will not work because he's not straight. He's not facing forward. He needs to be facing up, like this. If he's tilted, it will not work because he's not on the ramp he needs to be on. So, if everything comes together and you get the feeling of when to do it, damn it, there we go. He will clip through the wall, as you can see. And then from here, all it is just rev-rolling into the end. That's it. That is Ghost Bayou wall clip. This is a very new glitch / skip that's been found. There has been a lot of information found about this clip recently, so I'm making this is an updated version of my tutorial on how to do it. It's still going to be very difficult to explain to people, especially in a video format where I'm not in a call with them. But from what I've seen, people are actually starting to get it down with the information I've told them. So, you know, I might as well put it in here. It's really cool, and it works a lot of the time. So I'm going to go ahead and do this in real time from here so you can see what I did. So, here we go. Never mind, we're doing it again. Possible to see a lighter spot on stream? That's okay. Oop, it's this spot. And that is Ghost Bayou wall clip. It is really cool, but really difficult to do. Hey, alright. So, we're going to do the normal way of doing it now. So what you're going to do for this is you're going to do this clip again. And then from here, you're going to go and do this same spot again. But you're not going to do this one. You're just going to keep going. So that's the second tree that you see. But it's the first ramped, like the first elevated spot after that tree. You're going to rev roll to the dirt path across from that. And when you're here, you're just going to go to the end of this one. And you can either rev roll from here and make it over, or rev roll from here and make it over without a ledge grab, whichever you prefer. And then, from here, what you're going to do, butt bounce on the button, land on this, and fall over here. You have to land, or at least touch this spot that I'm on right now. If you do not do this, if you don't touch right here, the final chain to complete the level will not spawn. And you will have to go back over to that platform. And, oh no, sorry. You'll have to just stand here. You have to come all the way back, stand here, go all the way back. So, make sure you stand here. Then, what you do is just rev roll to the end over here. And just rev roll into the train. And that's it. There is a trick you can do here that is a frame perfect jump. Or 8 frame jump. And if you do it and hold down right, you'll do a skip that's called wait skip. There's like a 10-second wait you have to do after Spooky leaves. And this just skips that. So GB wall clip doesn't have to do wait skip because you're already in this spot to hit the goal. So yeah. But this is an 8-frame jump, which I got. I don't think I got... No, I definitely didn't get the thing. But yeah, see, now I have to wait for no reason. And then I can walk into the end. But yeah, those are the two quote-unquote normalized ways of doing Ghost Bayou. There is an older version, but in all honesty, it's really slow. So it's probably best to just do those two. I will show, if you absolutely cannot get the Reveral under the bridge, there is one more you can do. You can go all the way up to the top here. And then Reveral from here and Reveral back. And just go this way. That is the only really other option for this skip. So there's your third option. Oh yeah, and here's the Reveral that, you know, to get over here. I messed it up. You need back further. But that's the Reveral. Yeah, that's Ghost Bayou. Those are the main and really kind of only ways to do this level nowadays. Pick your poison. Yeah, that's Ghost Bayou. Ghost Bayou's a lot of fun. And I'm not saying that sarcastically, I genuinely enjoy the level. So, last but not least, we have the Spook Man himself. Spooky. Spooky is really hard to explain how to do right. Because you're stun locking Spooky. So basically what that means is you're flip kicking into him at a rhythm, I guess, technically, to where his hurt animation doesn't finish before you hit him again. So you'll keep hitting him, technically, inevitably. The only thing that stops you is the cinema that plays after the 4th hit of each phase. So you'll hit him 4 times on each phase. The 3rd phase you have to do... The 3rd phase you have to do 2 hits and then 2 hits. So you have to do 2 hits, then you're going to have to chase him for a sec. Because the other 2 hits are frame perfect, basically. Okay. But, without further ado, I will try my best to explain Spooky. Spooky... So, as soon as you spawn in, you want to be holding forward. And when that happens, when you spawn in and you're walking forward for a sec, you want to jump and then flip kick. So like this. And if you do that correctly, you'll hit Spooky, but his intro cinema won't play. So, what you're going to do, I think it's too late for me, yeah. It's definitely way too late for me to do it again. What you're going to do is you're going to do it again. So you're going to forward and flip kick, and if you miss, you did it too early. It's kind of like a rhythmic... I don't know what... I can't... I'm trying to describe a BPM for it, but it's weird. So... I think you'll just hear it whenever I do it. Here. That was too late. I think that was too early? There. That's the kind of time. I don't really know how to explain spooky that well. But it's just, you walk forward, jump, flip kick. You fall back, walk forward for like half a sec, jump, and flip kick. I'm not good at this kind of stuff for spooky. And then after you do 2 hits, you want to go to the left a tiny bit, and then do 2 more. Because if you don't go to the left, for some reason, it doesn't work. So, all in all, it's going to look like this. Like that. And that is how you do spooky stunlocks on phase 1. But spooky stunlocks, I wish I could explain better. I really can't, though. They're very hard to explain. But it's just a rhythm. Once you get into the rhythm, you'll know when you're supposed to do your next one. Or just watch a run or watch an IL or something. There's probably a better explanation out there. But the best way I can describe it is just listen for a rhythm and just keep going with it. That's the best thing that I can say about it. About phase 1, phase 2. Phase 3 is different though. For the first 2 it's the same, but for 3 and 4 it's not. So I'll just show phase 1. That was bad because I went too early on the second hit. Wait, I didn't mean to go. Ah. I don't think I went far enough. Ugh. Walk forward 1 step, jump, kick at apex, same for second hit, flip, flick left, repeat the previous. That. Yeah. But regardless, after you get all 4 hits on 1 phase, you're gonna get cinema. Yeah, there really isn't a better way to explain spooky, unfortunately. After you get the 4th hit, cinema is gonna play. So, cutscene technically, but not really. No matter what, you have to watch cuts or skip it with start. You have to. But to do another stun lock, which you normally will do, but since this is playing, he's going to go immediately into his second phase, like this. So what you're going to do is you're going to death abuse, so that he will let you do it again. So yeah, you just do... You just do stun locks again. And then for phase 3, you're gonna get 2 stun locks. You're gonna get 2 stun locks. Oops. Well, shit. Death abuse. Death abuse. Okay. Ah, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Yeah, you just want to get the 2 hits. What the fuck, spooky? There we go. And what I just did right there is after I got the 2 hits, I turned to the right to make Spooky's AI think I'm going to rev-roll to the right. And then I quickly turn to the left so that I can chase him on the left. So I basically just tricked his AI, but I also missed the hit. So he tricked me. But yeah, you're just going to follow after him and get 2 hits, really. If you do them correct, I'm not going to do it because I don't want to get the cutscene. If you do them correctly, and at the right time... Hold on. God damn it. If you do it correctly, Spooky won't shoot a fireball, and you'll just be able to do the last 2 hits pretty simply. Just don't miss them like I'm doing. God damn it. What the frick, dude? Oh my god. Okay, well I got the hit. But yes. That's how you do spooky. That's honestly the best explanation I could possibly give, unfortunately. I wish there was a better one, but I don't know one. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and just reload the save state. And with that, that's every level. Oh, this will probably be updated, probably not, but this is basically the de facto way to improve your 80% runs, or kind of just learn new things about runs that you may not have known before. I hope that this really does help people. I hope this really helps people out, because this was a lot of work, and I like seeing people improve, so I'm really happy to see if this does help anyone out. And yeah, I don't really know what else to say, you know? I'm just happy that there's a good-ish tutorial out there now for 80%. The last one was out was my kid's, and he actually privated it because he's making a new one, so no one really has an updated 2022 not IL, 80% tutorial, so I'm happy I made one. It took way longer than I thought it was going to, though. It took me fucking 6.5 hours to do. But, I'm glad I did. Now I just need to edit this. Oh god.